Hello, everyone. I am Six, and I am here with my friend Tomu. We are doing the stream for Under Pressure today. I believe it's the junior draft, right, Tomu?
Yeah, junior draft.
Okay. And I am super
There,
excited to see all these teams because they're all new people. They're all people that we wouldn't have met otherwise.
they're all, they all potentially could be players you'll face later on in the comp scene.
That's true. This is only their humble beginnings.
hmm Okay, we'll start off with Lethal Law versus One Game. And my favorite part about junior drafts is how everyone just has their own icons.
Yeah, I like it. I see that they're like they put thought into it. They're kind of cool. I like it.
They don't look low effort as well.
Yeah, they put time into those.
Uh-huh. Okay, we'll start off with Mahi zones on round one. Um, what weapons do you think they would run six?
I'm actually surprised that they have Mahi in a tournament because I thought everybody hates that map. But I don't know. Maybe the map pool for this tournament is actually just open. And if so, that would be really cool because I feel like when you get to low level, mid level, it's so not gatekeepy. I don't know the word, but they prevent you from doing certain maps because everyone says they're terrible, and I don't like that. Everyone should play every map all the time.
You see, low-level players wouldn't know well enough to call what map terrible.
That's true.
So that's why everything goes.
I like that. I like that mindset better. Can we do that in low level, mid level, please? Can we
I would,
adopt that?
I would love that, honestly. I personally don't really like the fact that we're only limited to like certain maps and modes because
Yeah.
with people. Anyways, ooh,
Oh,
three
look,
gold
we're
banners.
starting. Is there 3 gold banners? I missed it completely.
Oh, hmm. Lethal Law is quite lacking on paint, so they'll have to outslay one game to be able to win the game.
Yeah, I suppose that's right. Considering one game has weapons like the splash and the end zap, and even the tri-stringer can get a good bit of paint down. So
Hmm.
looks like Lethal Law is doing well right here. They had 4 up versus their 2 on the other side before. Now it is again. It's 4 against 2. Lethal Law leading, have the zone, and they're really just taking control of this area.
Lethal Law is doing a really good job at outslaying them, and they're also doing a really good job at keeping the zone.
They're doing
One game
exactly
is
what you said they
staggering.
had to do.
Yeah. Are we gonna see the clap go out here?
Oh,
Yes, we
you
are.
called it. One game is really trying to get back this zone. They're fighting with everything they've got, but they're just not in a good position to retake it right now.
That crab really got vacuumed.
It really got stuck.
One game is 3 down. They'll have to try really hard to get back in the zone, take the game.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're gonna be given that chance, seeing as Lethal Law is on their plat now.
Yeah, and game 1 goes to Lethal Law.
Good job, everybody.
Let's go. Yeah, here's the
And
3
Lethal
gold
Law took
banners.
that really fast too. Oh, and an instant replay. Check this out. Look how fancy we are.
Elemental stream technician. Let's go.
See, now the only issue with this is it's hard to see what the paint colors are, so I don't know what team I'm looking at right now. Except for the fact that I know that Lethal Law was winning.
Yeah. The Carbon got quite a few kills at the end there.
Yeah, they all
Quite
did.
a bit,
The Wiper too. They were all up on the enemy plat and just getting picks and dominating, really.
We'll have TC Hagglefish next. I've seen this in quite a few tournaments actually.
Yes.
So it's not too much of a despised map.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard map mode. I think people like it because it is so long, and they're still choke points, but they're still pretty open enough that you can, get flanks in. So people like it. People like having options.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they're gonna run the same comp. Whatever Lethal Law ran went really well for them.
Mhm.
So I feel like they'd go for the same thing.
Yeah, and I suppose in tower control, you don't really need too much paint. You just need to be
Yeah.
able to protect the tower. And if they're getting enough picks like they were in the last match, then they'll have it. They'll seal the match, I think.
Hmm. Do you think we're gonna see any meta picks? I
Any
mean,
mid picks.
like
Like what?
if they
What
did
even is
try.
meta anymore?
Good point. I don't know the meta these days. I know like the meta
Ooh,
3 months ago. Oh, it's just the quad splash or something.
real.
Anyways, Lethal Law seems to be running Stamper this time. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Stamper instead of the Wiper, I'm guessing. And then Flamebird has the Luna Blaster there. Blaster's always a good pick on tower control because you just have to aim nearby the tower and you can usually get picks.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a good pick for newer players, for them to like get used to blasters and such. That's a cool kill from the Zip.
Oh yeah, the Stamper's doing pretty well here, getting 2 picks just there. And they're
Zip,
doing a good job of pushing up for their team.
Zip that they popped near the beginning was quite effective.
Mm-hmm.
It drew quite a lot of attention away from the objective, allowing Lethal Law to push to how far they've already pushed.
That is a good observation. And it looks like one game is having trouble again trying to get off of their plat and back into the game, seeing as so many of Lethal Law is just trapping them into their base there.
One game's gonna have to be really careful. Lethal Law's got a special ready, well they have to. But it seems to be even now. Not anymore. Specials are being popped. There's 2 zip clusters.
Gosh. Oh my goodness.
All
That is so
one
annoying
game.
for the other team.
It's like swatting flies.
It really is. I wonder if that was a purposeful choice. Like, oh, we're gonna annoy the enemy team by having 2 zip casters at once.
Did you ever get to play the Zipcaster challenge?
I tried it. I am such a bad zipcaster player that it was not any fun for me.
Understandable.
Did you try it, Toma?
Yeah, I did.
Did you
was
win?
okay.
Did you win every game?
No. That was no Zipcaster tri-stringer. Anyways.
Oh, you're right.
They seem to be like fighting at this area for quite a while now.
Yeah, this is a hard
seems to be
choke point to
coming
get
out
through.
victorious every single time.
Mm-hmm.
But Stamper does eventually get picked off.
It looks like one game is now grouped up, able to get some picks here, able to push forward a little bit more. There's still 3-on-2. Advantage goes to one game. Maybe they can get some points here finally.
Ooh, might be the epic comeback. They're all like grouped together in the tower. The Kraken gets a pick. The Roll is doing its thing on the tower. And they're doing their very best to stay on, but they do
Oh my
get picked
goodness.
off. That's a
They were
bloodbath.
doing their very best right there.
The massacre.
You wouldn't think grouping up like that on tower would go very well, but they were trying. They were making it work.
Uh-huh. They did get a small push in.
Yeah.
It's a start.
It is a start. Oh no!
Ooh, unfortunate kill from the bomb.
It's always
One game is
unfortunate when you can
down
see
again.
the bomb like that and you can't like
Yeah.
get away.
Very miserable happenings. Lethal Law's on their way to do another push. They could pull a double zip past the moment again, but they decide not to.
They're saving it for
they've had-
later.
Yes.
Wow.
Ooh, that's a wipeout. Okay, they might take game here. So they do have one checkpoint left, and it's quite close to the spawn. So one game might have the chance to turn things around.
It looks like they're trying to go around the tower, trying to get Lethal Law to pay attention, but it doesn't look like it's working very well. It looks like one game is still getting picked off.
They did manage to send the tower back though. However, they're 2 down, and Lethal Law is all 4 up. So I don't think they're not going for the tower. That's very interesting. But I do suppose they don't really have to push the tower now.
Yeah, they have such a lead that they just, you know, have to get these picks, have to stop one game from grouping up like they did before.
Ooh. Price Stringer trying to do some things. I have respect for that.
This Dooley's is just being annoying, rolling around here. But they were finally taken out.
Ooh.
Oh, wipeout!
Okay,
Is this gonna be game? Is this gonna be game? Let's go!
We could have KO'd, but...
I think they did!
Did they?
No. Oh no, they didn't. It was the timer.
Close.
Oh my gosh. They should have got the KO. In my head, it was.
Yeah, let's just say they got the KO. There was a lot of grouping up on tower moments, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, here's that last 10 seconds where it looked like a knockout on the side of Lethal Law. They were protecting the tower. They were getting the picks. They almost pushed all the way there.
They just about missed it.
Slightly. Look at that. The tower slides into it, and then the timer goes off. How about that?
So the set goes to Lethal Law.
It is play all 3, it looks like.
Wait,
so
is that?
The third. It says in the bottom.
Oh, right. I'm a Splatoon player, I cannot read.
Very real.
Right, I guess one more match on Undertone Rainmaker.
This is another one that's like super, I don't know, I guess you would say meta. This map mode, you see it very, very often. I don't know why. I don't particularly like Undertow, but you know, people who play the game like it. Oh my gosh.
I like Undertow Rain.
You just like it because you can stand up on the snipe and hit people with arrows.
Yeah, I like bullying. I wonder if any of these players are gonna do that though. They did
Can't believe you're an advocate for bullying. Can't believe we have that on stream. I can quote you on it now.
No.
I want to see if they're gonna pull out a blaster again for Rainmaker. Those are always fun to get picks off, but I don't know.
Versus Rainmaker 1v1.
Who wins? It's the Rainmaker. No contest.
Oh no. Okay, they got a stopper and the edit, and the Tri-Stringer is back.
It's a little bit different. It's not too different on either side. Though I do notice on Lethal Law's side, they don't have those dualies anymore. They went with the jet again. Interesting, as it doesn't lend them to push forward very much, which you'd think they need with the Rainmaker, but if they can get those picks again, it doesn't really matter.
Now, I do like how one game immediately got put as soon as this Tri-Stringer started aiming at it.
You're here for the Tri-Stringer plays.
Let's go. Ooh. Carbon tried really hard there, but they do get picked off by the shot. No,
I'm impressed with how well
they
one
get
game
2
is doing
kills
right here. Let's go.
If they're able to get popular, they might be able to get first check.
Oh, trying to survive against Lethal Law has proven to be really difficult. Don't aim behind you, buddy! Go forward!
That was quite the scramble there. But
I think they were a little scared.
Come out victorious.
Oh goodness.
That was very close.
Yeah, that was a hard one. One game really tried to get that push going, but Lethal Law just had too many of their people up to getting too many picks. It was almost impossible for one game to move forward.
One game does get them 3 down though. This might be their chance to turn the game around. There's a stamp of that and they don't see them.
Oh no!
They found them.
Oh no!
But
That's
they
unfortunate.
still got them. Price of gets popped, but people will get any kills.
It doesn't look like it. I think they're too far back. One game really has to coordinate, get together, so they don't get taken out like they just did.
They might just have enough time to respawn and do a little bit of murder.
do a little bit of murder.
Ooh, try stirring a play.
Oh! That was a wipeout for one game. Yeah, they're really trying to get a comeback here.
But one game's really grouped up together here, but that might not be to their advantage.
Yeah, it looks like they're just slowly getting picked off. And slowly getting pushed back.
Take down like a zipcaster. They got a double.
Well, you know what? Those zipcasters are very scary. I don't doubt that one game had a problem with them.
Yeah, true. They've only got one this time, I think. Yeah.
One zipcaster? Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
One game is really trying to get the picks here. Oh, there we go. That's a couple.
Shotgun getting some really good picks.
Oh, there we go.
Another triple.
Now the tough part is, although one game can get, an advantage like that, they don't really use it to push up the Rainmaker to be able to pop it, to even take space. They really have to capitalize on their advantages, otherwise they're gonna get taken out like they just did.
Stamper gets a double because one game seemed to be preoccupied with the pop. However, I do think the Rainmaker shield got like a triple that.
Oh, let's go one game. They're trying so hard. You can do it, buddy. You can do it, buddy.
Oh no!
Oh, so close.
My condolences. That must have been horrifying.
Yeah, I think they thought it was painted and were trying to swim up, but it just wasn't painted yet.
Ooh, the Kraken gets popped.
I'm not sure what the Kraken is accomplishing right here. It looked like they were trying to swim into the wall.
Okay, one game could have like thrown a bomb up there. I think that would have driven Lethal away and they could have potentially gotten the check there.
It's interesting that the Kraken got popped, but it was still staying so far back. Maybe they weren't aware that they were invincible at the moment, or maybe they were waiting for backup from their team, and it's hard to say.
Maybe they were just getting knocked back way too much.
Yeah, that could be. I forgot that Kraken knockback changed.
Alright, things don't look very good for one game. They were 2 down, and yeah, Lethal Look takes game 3.
But it wasn't a knockout, so they have that going for them.
Yeah.
One game needed to start to coordinate there, so I think if this had gone on longer and there were more games, maybe they would be able to take a game off of Lethal Law, but as for right now, it looks like the match goes to Lethal Law.
They didn't exactly play poorly. They did pretty well at times, yeah. And they got
it looks like they were learning.
Pushes in. It's always nice to see.
But unfortunate that we don't get more time to see them learn more. Maybe learn to coordinate a bit, learn to use the triples and the doubles to make a coordinated push.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Alright.
Tell me.
Oh, right. We'll be moving on to a break now. Have fun, taking a break with us.
Bye.
Welcome back to the Under Pressure stream. I'm joined with 6, and we'll be moving on to another set of 3. The teams are gonna be Vivid Voltage versus Life is Like a Lydia Lane.
I love that name. I didn't think
Me
that
too.
they could get creative with the names. I guess they can.
I feel like that's a those sorts of names happen when you're too tired to be creative.
I think the
Oh, wait.
staff names are like the letter names, right? If it's 2 words and they start with the same letter. But I would think that Life is like a Lydio Lame was made. Was that made by the Oh, okay, well there you go.
The
It
Elemental
was
Creative Show.
very creative. I like it.
Okay, we're starting with Clowns on Manta. It's very easy to fall off the map here. So it might happen, it might. But it's even more likely for people to fall off the map on Mahi TC.
Real. I'm thinking Manta Maria, we're not going to see too many people fall off because that would involve doing some risky flanks. I think they're going to keep it a little bit safer. They're all going to go in together and take the middle ramp up to the basket.
Okay, double dollies and brush. So,
I like it. It's going to be a little bit aggressive. Going to have that end zap for the paint, but then have double dualies to roll around the enemy.
yeah. The brush is doing the classic clam blitz strategy. Doesn't exactly work in higher level, but it does the job. And
Yeah, the
if...
running around strategy, just picking up the clams.
And it might actually be a pretty good strategy, like on the grate and stuff, because you can't exactly do that with regular weapons. Ooh, that's a really well placed Booyah bomb, allowing the brush to get in.
Yeah, and they did exactly what they were trying to do. They just wanted to get an early push. They got enough clams and they ran right to that basket. And you're right that was a well-placed booyah. It allowed the brush to stay safe while they were throwing in that power clam.
The web was being very sneaky here, but they do get picked off fairly quickly. Life is like a Lydio Lame. They have to be pretty careful here as they're staggering a little. Vivid Voltage has got 3 power clams and a special, and that said special is cooler.
Oh no!
Oh, but they do go down before the cooler spot.
I think Vivid Voltage, which has the cooler.
Wait, might mix it up.
Well, the orange unzap, that's chumps, I believe.
Right. Oh, okay, so the Dapple's got the cooler.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, I see. Interesting.
We know weapons here. We know what we're talking about.
Uh-huh. They are gonna be able to get a pretty strong push in. And if they get the power clam in, it's gonna... Oh, they just missed it.
They just missed it. Looks like they're going to be holding on here, trying to keep this position a little bit aggressive, but they're getting the picks here, able to stay right here a little bit longer.
They are able to get the clam in though. Life is like a Lydio Lame has a lot of work to do, but they are able to get 3 of Vivid Voltage down, and this is that opportunity to get a push in.
Yep, they got that triple. Now their team is slowly coming back to mid. Hopefully they're able to paint up, grab some clams in the process, and try and make a good push forward.
The Trizuga does get popped, however, and it does get 2 kills, which is really big for Vivid Voltage. Now they're gonna be going in and... Oh, they just missed, but yeah, I think they're gonna get it.
It looks like Vivid Voltage was able to sneak past all of Life is like a Lydio Lane's defenses. 3 of them go down, but that basket is still open and they have another power. Can they score that as well?
I doubt it, but that carbon has proven to be very, very ratty, if you get what I mean.
No, yeah, they're doing a good job of getting behind Life is like a Lydio Lane's defenses. They're just... Yeah, there's someone back there again! Able to score another power clam.
Wait, I wonder if they have any beacons up. This might be the result of beacon shenanigans.
That would be amazing.
Beacon shenanigans. My condolences. Good team.
No, it's good for Vivid Voltage that they know their strategy. Oh!
They might be able to get a comeback here.
It looks like 3 of them are pushing up. Yeah, and they're out of clams. I don't know where their 4th is, but if they can collect clams and bring them closer, but it doesn't look like they're able to get any more points in time.
Seagull. There was a seagull in the camera. Anyways, the web is kind of surrounded here. They do gotta. Did that Zuka just get a triple? Ooh.
It was so quick, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, everyone kind of just exploded. Nice try by the dualies.
Yeah, it looks like this is Life is Like a Lydia Lane's last attempt to get any more points, to build a power to try and push forward. They're getting picked off here, but Vivid Voltage does not have that much of an advantage over them. Except they get a pick there. Let's see who prevails at the end of this 3 seconds.
They do have an opportunity, but the Carbon might be able to get it in.
Oh,
And that's game. That's
gosh.
game. They could have won though. They could have.
That was close.
Uh-huh. Life is Like a Lydia Limb got screwed over by beacons.
Yeah, there was just too much sharking, too much hiding, too much going around the other team that they weren't able to take them out in time.
Interesting usernames from Vivid Voltage.
I do not remember them. Okay, I trust you.
You'll see.
Gotcha. I understand now. You know what? They know who they want to be, and I applaud them for that. They have made their decision. If they want to be known as, you know, something like that, then that's on them. They made the decision.
Very true. I don't have anything against it. It's funny. Okay, we'll be Flat Zones Barnacle and Dine for the next match. Do you think Life is Like a Lydia Lame could potentially win this?
I think so. I don't think they were too far down in that last Clan Blitz match. I think they were, you know, it was a pretty good back and forth there. So if Life is Like a Lydia Lame can band together, can make a coordinated effort to control the zone, I think they've got this one in the bag.
Kinda depends on if they if Vivid Voltage plays Staples again, because they kinda got screwed over by that, like the beacons and stuff.
That's true.
Match, I think.
Although in Splat Zones, how much of beacon usage do you usually see?
It doesn't really matter. I just kinda hate it when there's people behind me after I triple, quadruple check that everything's painted.
That's fair. Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
We got a meme comp over here. We doing memes now.
No, they can do it. I believe in them. If we can win on Quad Blob, they can win on Quad Aerospray.
True. Except we didn't win on Quad Blob.
Wait, we didn't? We won a
we
set.
didn't do that well.
No, like a long time ago, we did win a set.
I think we won one game. We didn't win a whole set.
No, we won the set. We'll say that later though. Let's focus on the game.
I'm liking the Quad Aerospray. All of these Booyah bombs are gonna go out.
This is actually working.
I don't doubt it. You see a lot of Aerosprays in Turf War matches. Sometimes they do the same comp and they'll just win based on paint output alone.
The Booyah spam. Oh no, the Booyah spam will be no more. But the singular gold Aerospray might be able to hold zone on their own.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's happening. They're sharking there. They're able to take out Vivid Voltage as they come forward.
Vivid Voltage is able to neutralize the zone for just that moment, and yeah.
Let's go!
Let's
That's
go.
a win for memes!
I like how that never work. Like, that never work in anything else ever. But they did well.
Now let's see this replay here. Gosh, of just Vivid. No, Life is like a Lydio lane holding the zone right here.
Vivid Voltage wouldn't exactly be outpainted here as well, but I think they just lacked a little slaying power.
Which is interesting. You wouldn't think the quad arrow spray would have a lot of slaying power, but it might have been just due to the surprise of being against 4 arrow sprays that led to a lapse in Vivid Voltage defenses.
Paralysis from shock.
They were in awe. Their mouths agape the entire time.
Hey, fun fact, if you put 4 sprinklers on the tower and you don't shoot them, it's impossible to hop on.
And how did you find that out?
I watched a silly YouTube video.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, I didn't do it myself.
Aw, that would have been cool. It's like some sick tournament play that went wrong.
Okay, so I don't think Quad Arrow Spray would work on TC here, but it'd be interesting to see them try.
Yes. I kind of want another Mimi comp from the side of Life is like a Lydio lane, because they made it work. I'm not sure what Vivid Voltage's options are now. Do they also do something silly like that? Do they continue with the comp that they had, even though they lost the last match? I'm not sure.
Maybe Life is like a Lydio lane is baiting Vivid Voltage to run something silly, and then they're suddenly gonna turn around and run a meta comp and destroy them.
Oh, this is like, what is it? Reverse psychology here.
Yeah. You don't want to encourage people to like meme on this tournament, though. You don't want Junior Draft to be meme draft. I don't know.
No. But I mean, hey, they made it work. It's not as if they picked it thinking that it wouldn't.
Ooh. We got 2 Zephyrs.
Yeah. I'm surprised this is more meta.
We haven't seen Charger plays that much. Do they have?
No, I suppose we haven't. I feel like Chargers and backlines aren't really favored in the current meta, so seeing or not seeing Chargers is what I was expecting.
But I like seeing, okay, generally I don't really see newer players play backlines, and that bomb kill was very, very silly, to say the least.
Gosh, those Chargers are just watching the tower. It doesn't look like either team is able to move forward very much. They're getting picks here as the enemy team moves forward, but they gotta get that Charger out if they want to move the tower at all.
That shot tried to get the Charger, but did get sniped attempting to do so. That's a triple from Life is like a Lydio lane.
Let's go!
Just the Charger left.
That's gonna be a tough one.
The flat might do the trick. Yeah.
Yeah, they just need that Charger to move.
They're doing a really good job of drawing the attention away from the tower, though.
Ooh, it looks like Vivid Voltage is able to get that first checkpoint, although they all go down to it now. Life is like a Lydio lane is able to push forward. They're able to hold this tower, and they get the lead.
Life is like a Lydio lane, all 3 down though. Blaster is able to hold the tower. Are they gonna be able to clear the checkpoint though? They do go down.
Yeah, it's a well-placed Booyah Bomb on the side of Vivid Voltage, able to take back the tower. Now they're trying to fight off Life is like a Lydio lane right here in mid. There's only 1 versus 3. Now they've gone down, and Vivid Voltage is able to take more points here.
Life is like a Lydio lane is staggering. Vivid Voltage, it's a really big advantage on Vivid Voltage. But we do see the Wiper going down to Wait, I'm very confused.
There's a lot of back and forth happening here. It's hard to say what's
Yeah.
happening.
Specials are getting popped all over the place, and now Vivid Voltage is all dead.
Yes, Life is like a Lidio Lame. Got the wipeout on the side of Vivid Voltage. Now they're able to push up. We see Life is like a Lidio Lame going really far forward, able to get some picks here. A one goes down, two go down. Oh, just kidding. Only one went down. They were able to get the wipeout, and now maybe they can take the lead here.
Whistles. Okay, they might be able to get KO here. The roller is cooking though. They could have got them off tower. Everybody's on tower.
Oh no!
The tower fight. The bloodbath.
Wow.
But it was not able to happen.
Gosh, they really tried. Vivid Voltage literally jumping on the tower trying to save it. But Life is like a Lidio Lame just had enough people there, had the aim, had the ability to get those picks, and just took the tower right to knockout.
It's almost as if life was like a Lydial aim.
Whoa, that's so deep, Tomu.
Real.
Look at this fight on tower here, just getting these picks. And even though everyone's there, everyone's shooting at each other, it still goes to Life is like a Lidio Lame. That was a good match, though. A lot of back and forth there.
Yeah. I think both teams did really well.
Those were good matches to watch. Maybe they will continue being teams and be scrim partners. Who knows?
I really like how they ran Charger at the end, though. I haven't seen much, Charger gameplay recently at all.
It was interesting how the backlines were really controlling the gameplay in the beginning, but as they were able to get more picks on both sides, the Chargers had to just keep moving back until they weren't able to do very much.
It's like nothing was happening when both Chargers were on the field.
The backlines are scary. They control the whole map.
T poses menacingly.
Real, so real.
I believe we'll be moving on to our break soon.
Okay. I believe we'll be taking a break now, going to the next set soon, and we'll see you later. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Under Pressure's Juniors Draft. I'm here with Tomu, and we are commentating today. I believe the next two teams up. Oh, goodness, I already forgot. There we go. Nautilus Nation and Kraken Up. I love these team names, by the way. Tomu, how do you feel about these team names?
Nautilus Country and Kraken, well, Squid down. I'm sorry. Shellfish Country and Squid down. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, what's
Wait.
the opposite of Nautilus? I don't even know.
Well, yeah, is Nautilus a shellfish? I think it's a type of cephalopod.
That is more than I know about what a Nautilus is.
Nautilus is like a creature in a shell that has tentacles. It looks nothing like the weapon.
Alright, good to know.
Well, it kind of does. The shell and the round shape and thing. Crab leg capital rainmaker.
Real.
Yes. Anyways, I really like this map because of the grades and the verticality.
To be honest, I have not played enough of this map to be able to say very much about it. When Crab Leg and Ship Shape came out at the same time, there was like the event after the season started, right? Where you could play those maps. And for some reason, I was just busy that weekend, so I never got that opportunity. So now I feel like everybody knows those maps except me.
It's okay, I never got to play Ship Shape. But
Ever?
I remember the first time. I think it was during a team scrim 3v3. I do remember the first time playing Crab Leg though. It was like, holy shit, verticality.
Can you say
Ow.
that? I don't know if you could say that. Okay.
Imagine not sorry. I'm sorry. Anyways.
My ears! My baby ears!
Oh no. Ooh, Machine. Machine, I still hate playing Machine and playing against it. But we're gonna have some double backline shenanigans from Kraken Up.
Yeah, seeing that Charger and Hydra combo, that's gonna be interesting.
It looks like Kraken Up are already 2 down, so it's just down to the Charger and Hydra to hold space until they respawn.
Well, you know what? Having two strong backlines like that might just be all they need. It looks like Kraken Up, although they got the pop, it is Nautilus Nation that is first grabbing this Rainmaker, trying to push it forward.
It's interesting not seeing anybody on the grades so far right now. Yeah, no one's up there.
It looks like Nautilus Nation was for a little bit, but they might be a little shy to do so because it's very easy to get picked off up there. You can't swim, you can't hide anywhere.
That's true, but they will have to go up there to be able to get the catch.
Ooh, look at this hammer play by Kraken Up. They got a pick there, able to paint their own area. Oh, until they go down.
Kraken, I do think it's gonna be really difficult for Kraken Up to push in though because of the double backline.
Yeah.
And I did just realize they do lack a lot of people in their comp. But it's gonna be really horrible for Nautilus Nation to try pushing in, to try push in.
Yeah. It seems like Kraken Up lacks in pushing power. They're able to make up for in holding power having a double backline comp like that.
That's
oh no, I see a DC!
Match will not go on.
Looks like due to rules we are able to replay this match, and that's good for the team that DC'd. I believe that was Nautilus Nation?
I don't remember.
I forget who was blue.
I think it was.
It's unfortunate when DCs happen like that, but that's the nature of doing a live tournament like this. Sometimes these things happen, and we just gotta roll with it.
I mean, I'd be surprised if we don't get at least one DC because
True.
Splatoon 3 is yes. You know what the game's like.
That's exactly it. It is very yes. And hopefully that is the only one. See, we get the one DC, and then no more. Not allowed.
I remember I remember playing this one set on a different tournament where we kept on DCing and like we couldn't play the set for
Oh
more
no.
than 10 seconds for a match. So we got a TO and they said either coin flip or draw.
That's so unfortunate. I know I've been in low ink matches before where the other team has had like restaurant internet. Like they were at a McDonald's and they were trying to play from there, and it's like, buddy, that doesn't work for
Wait,
anyone.
I've done that before. I've played on restaurant internet.
How?
I think I played on like Starbucks or Costa Wi-Fi.
Oh my goodness. How? How can you have a stable enough connection to play in a tournament like that?
I mean, it wasn't too bad,
Oh my goodness.
but it wasn't a tournament. It was just like open.
Okay, well, see, that's better.
How do you feel about hotel Wi-Fi?
Hotel Wi-Fi is garbage. Please do not play tournaments on hotel Wi-Fi.
I
Um,
have played a tournament on hotel
oh
Wi-Fi.
no! Don't do it. I know it was very funny at this past LAN tournament at Riptide because the Splatfest was going on. But of course, we're all at a hotel. Nobody has, a hotspot. No one has the internet. So we're all trying to play the Splatfest on not so great hotel Wi-Fi and just getting DCs every 2 minutes. Like, why did we keep trying? I have no idea. We're just that dedicated to the cause.
I do remember actually, it's not uncommon for me to play on mobile data either.
Oh my goodness.
Sometimes better than my home Wi-Fi.
Oh my goodness. I was gonna say, is that more secure? Because I feel like sometimes my phone Wi-Fi or my phone internet is more secure than my at home when I go over wireless.
It do be match time though. Hmm. Okay, I do think they have to run the same comps, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's in the rules.
Clown music?
Ooh.
Is this foreshadowing another DC?
Don't say that. You gotta knock on wood now.
Okay.
There's gonna be no more
Nautilus
DCs.
Nation is 2 down, and I think Kraken Up will be able to get to check here. The machine doesn't seem to be paying attention to the Rainmaker and seem to be going for the backlines, which might be a better decision here actually because they are quite a big threat.
Yeah, you want to be able to take those backlines up before you push any further forward. Looks like Nautilus Nation is not able to shake this Hydra, though, as much as they're trying to throw things at it. It is still there, still going for the Booyah Bomb, able to stop Nautilus Nation from moving forward.
Kraken Up that's a wipeout, but I think that goes check unless someone nobody intercepted. Well, they tried.
They did try. Cracking up. Did have the backline advantage, but it looks like they're having trouble
sneaky.
now. Yeah.
Being sneaky. Crocodile might be able to get Rainmaker back to mid here. They have a special advantage and a play advantage, but their front lines go down. And if they're able to reset the Rainmaker, that'd be a good thing. But they seem to just be walking it back to mid.
Yeah, it looks like Nautilus Nation. Yeah, Nautilus Nation is taking space here. They've got most of mid painted, trying to push forward, maybe get that knockout. They're trying to get another pick here, but it's hard against the back lines that are still up there.
Cracking Up does seem to be staggering quite a lot. If they're able to get their numbers back up, I think they will be able to start a push pretty easily. They did hold space really well at the start of the match, and yet find quite a lot of picks on Nautilus Nation.
Ooh, that was a good back play on the side of Cracking Up. They were able to take the Rainmaker with that. Not able to push past the Splatling here, but they were able to almost take it to check.
The Rainmaker thought they could use it.
They thought they could challenge the Splatling, and they just were not able to. Looks like Nautilus Nation is able to group up here, try and push the Rainmaker forward, although Kraken up is able to pick them off. Hopefully they're also able to pop this Rainmaker, get it back in their favor.
It looks like Kraken up are just going to be playing a little more passively. But it does look like the Viper wants to get.
Ooh, let's go!
Is rushing in. They're rushing
that
in.
Kraken wanted that Rainmaker down, and he got it.
But that left their team at a 3v4. I mean, 1v4.
Well, sometimes you gotta make sacrifices.
True. But is it what was it what? We'll see.
We'll find out. Ooh, Kraken up getting a double there. Maybe we'll get another pick here.
Triple,
oh, there we
triple.
go. Let's get that triple. Let's
Can
pop that Rainmaker.
They can't. Oh well. Triple's good enough.
Yeah, triple's still good. They did pretty well there. That was a good push.
It was enough to give them the advantage.
It looks like Kraken up is having a hard time getting through mid here, seeing as it's so painted by Nautilus Nation. They're gonna have to paint up to be able to push any more forward. Although they have the advantage now with 3 down on the side of Nautilus Nation. Now they're able to get checkpoint right here.
But are they able to?
Almost. You know what? I thought they were gonna get it.
It must have been sad for them, honestly. I think what happened there was the pedestal wasn't fully painted, and the Rainmaker just like, yeah, it happened.
Yeah. Nautilus Nation has really been controlling the map and paint output. Even just there, all they had to do was keep the pedestal painted and they were able to.
Do you think Heavy and Dynamo could also be considered double backline? Because Dynamo is really slow, but I'm not sure how it plays.
I think I would consider it double backline.
Maybe
there we go.
Maybe a more aggressive version of double backline, because Heavy does have
time. Heavy is more mobile than a Hydra. Anyway, it looks like this match goes to Nautilus Nation. They were able to push forward enough and able to get the points. They got lead pretty early in the match, and they were able to hold it off against Kraken up. Look at this beautiful replay. Look at this. Wow. It's like we were there. Alright, now we are on to round 2 on this set between Nautilus Nation and Kraken up. The mode is Clamblitz on Shipshape. Now again, I do not know the newer maps so good. All I know is that there are a lot of places to, see, like a lot of ledges, I suppose. A lot of snipe spots.
Those painted pillars look like splat zones. I don't know.
I trust you.
The map itself looks kind of surreal. It looks like a story mode place. Far.
It looks like it's suspended up in the sky. I don't know what the actual lore of this map is.
I think it's on water, but it does look like it's on the sky. Oil?
Is it underneath the boat? Is it? I guess I don't know what it is underneath. I just know that the upper part is part of it.
It's a ship-shaped cargo.
Whatever that is.
What does CO stand for?
Company? Ship-shaped cargo company? It's cargo ships, like ships that ship things. that take big loads and have them travel to other countries and stuff, like deliveries.
What if the cart didn't go?
Oh my goodness.
I'm so sorry. This must be infuriating.
That's okay. Everyone who is watching is definitely here for the puns.
Okay.
I assure you.
I wonder if these players have played these maps before. 'Cause
I would like to think they have.
I've definitely run into tournaments being like, wait, I've never touched.
Oh no! Not a communication error. Well,
Oh
at least it's
no!
not the same as a DC, technically.
Doesn't
So
this
we
mean
only have the
everyone
one
gets
DC.
kicked out of the room?
Oh no! Then it will take a long time to get them back in. Well, that's okay, because Tomu is full of puns. I bet you have another one right now, don't you, Tomu?
Maybe? Um, I can't think of any.
Okay, we can't put Tomu on the spot. The puns just have to come. That's fine. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Genius takes time, they say.
Do we want Subway service is the question.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, why? Why is this an option that we have?
Let's go.
I want Temple
Okay.
Run next time.
It does look like everyone has to rejoin though. So,
Yes.
imagine if it happens again.
Oh no, don't say that.
But
Now
I
it's
do
gonna
propose
happen again.
I propose a coin flip if the set can't go on.
Oh my gosh. They're not even gonna play it, they're just gonna skip it.
I mean,
Tomu, the good people of the Under Pressure stream did not come here today to watch a coin flip. They came here for Splatoon matches, and that's what's going to happen. And also, whatever the heck this is, they're also coming here for this. Jeez.
That was entertaining.
It hurts me. It hurts my brain. Why is the Family Guy so crispy? Why are they all so saturated? What happened to them?
Entertainment.
Entertainment happened to them.
Only the best for under pressure.
Goodness. Well, looking forward to the next match between Nautilus Nation and Kraken Up. Should it happen without a hitch? Oh, here we go! We're going again!
You can do it this time. Elita. Ooh.
Interesting.
Double backline again?
But it looks like it's on the side of Nautilus Nation this time instead of Kraken Up.
Yeah.
Nautilus Nation able to make a quick power clam. They're getting pushed back a little here by Kraken Up. They seem to have a lot of range where Nautilus Nation just does not. Their range isn't pushing up very much. One goes down. Looks like Kraken Up is able to take space here, able to stop the power clam from going any farther up while they make their own, and they're able to take more of mid.
Bavaria, they do manage to get a power clam in, but it doesn't seem that they are able to get the other clams in though as the Kraken gets popped.
Oh no! Looks like the Kraken is having a little bit of trouble there trying to get across the grates, which I understand. The slimming mechanic is hard to remember on those grates. That you have to walk across it, you have to be slow, you have to be steady, otherwise you just fall through.
This map feels really unfamiliar to me. It does look like they're gonna go try and get the pity clam in though. Nautilus Nation might be able to get to push up here, but one of the members go down, so they are at a special disadvantage.
It looks like Nautilus Nation is able to hold here. They have their own power clam. Hopefully they're able to score this in as they continue pushing forward, but it looks like they're having a hard time getting around the wiper until he goes down. Hopefully they can continue this push. Oh, that's a wipeout on the side of Kraken Up. Looks like Nautilus Nation is able to push forward, get a clam in the basket, hopefully, but Dio only has 7 clams. Now they have the power, and that's double power clam into the basket.
That booyah could have gone in the quad, but they moved out quick enough. They did get a double though, and it's just the lead to left. Are they gonna go for more? Okay, maybe they have realized the best course of action is to back up.
Yes. Oh, that was a good push on the side of Nautilus Nation that they were able to get both power clams in there. I was worried for, I think it's Dio Lover for a second because they had 7, but they just couldn't find that last clam.
Yeah, that must have been really stressful.
It looks like Nautilus Nation is taking space again here in mid, although Kraken Up has all of their members up to go down. Oh, it's a wipeout! Kraken Up now has the advantage here to push forward, hopefully score this power clam here.
Will they pop stamp? Yes, they do. And they are able to get
that's a triple! Let's go! Uh-oh, but I see a
DC
DC on the side of Kraken Up. They might have gotten that power clam in and a triple, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold with only 3 of their members now.
I don't think that's time for a replay here, so I do think it's gonna continue. It's really unfortunate that had to happen though. Because the follow-up to the triple on the stamp would have been interesting to see.
Yeah, that would have been amazing. It looks like they're still able to get picks here. Kraken Up got 2 down on the side of Nautilus Nation. It's a little hard for them to fan out, to find clams now that they only have 3 players, but as long as they're keep getting picks, they have the ability to get another push.
Wiper seems to be like pushing really far. Kraken is a little out of play here though.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get that wiper down for a long time. They finally got him down. Oh, now there's only the brush up on the side of Kraken Up. Can they defend against all of Nautilus Nation?
Things really don't look good for Kraken Up. They have a DC and they are staggering quite a bit.
It's hard not to stagger when you're down a player. You just will never have the advantage that you need.
But they are at a 2v1 advantage, 3v1. Will they see the machine? They get picked off.
Ooh, this is a pretty good machine here. They're just getting picks left and right. Machine shenanigans for sure. Ooh. I don't think that wiper saw that the machine was right behind them. Although Kraken Up does have a few power clams, they're not able to move forward.
Wait. I think they clipped it. On this sound of what too.
Gotcha. I was wondering why they were standing there like that. Looks like Kraken Up is able to push in this power clam. They've got a few clams behind them. Are they able to throw them in? Oh,
no way.
Let's go Kraken Up! The underdog! They had one down due to a DC, but they were still able to clutch this game.
That was amazing.
That was amazing. You don't see that every day.
Yeah. If only the machine didn't stop to take a clip.
You think that was it?
No. Machine deserved that clip.
Well, you know what? If it cost them the win, I'm not sure how necessary that clip was.
Maybe it was an internet thing. I'm not sure.
It could have been.
We do not want to anger that team.
That's true. Goodness.
Let's just say.
Well, you know what? They're gonna know. They're gonna watch this back, and they're gonna see their one player clipping a sweet double or whatever that was, and then they're gonna be like, "Wait a minute." I don't know who did the clip. I don't know what player that was. Right now we are doing round 3 splat zones on Mako Mart. Tomu, do you like Mako Mart?
Never been there in real
Never been.
life, but Mako Market is. I don't really like it actually. My only issue with
No?
it. Okay, my only issue with Mako is that you can't get back on sniper after you drop on certain modes.
I mean, that's true. There are lots of ledges and you can fall down and then you cannot get back up very easily. Ooh, a gold dynamo.
I forgot what gold dynamo had again.
I think that's chumps. I'm not sure what the sub is. The sub is bombs. There you go.
Bomb and chump.
Mm-hmm.
I like how the gold dynamo has its bane of existence on its own kit.
Ooh, looks like some
Interesting
quick trades
positioning.
here. Yeah, looks like they fanned out pretty well. Looks like Nautilus Nation is trying to get forward. Kraken Up is able to take the zone. There's about 4 of them on the zone right now. Just trying to get forward, trying to hold. One goes down. It looks like they're still able to hold the zone against Nautilus Nation.
Paint looks pretty even on both sides. Both comps seem pretty even actually. So it's pretty much down to how well everyone plays with each other. That's a knockout, wipeout from Nautilus Nation.
It looks like Kraken Up, although they were able to get to mid for a little bit, they were all picked off. Looks like they're trying slowly to get back to mid, although they seem to be going in one at a time here and getting easily picked off by Nautilus Nation.
The brush on the stack does do a little bit of
They do a little bit of brushing, a little bit of painting. There were 3 down on the side of Nautilus Nation. Gave Kraken Up the opportunity to come back to mid. Although now it's 3 down on the side of Kraken Up.
It looks like the Dynamo's lagging a little. I hope everything's okay for them.
We don't want any more DCs. Let's hope that their internet is good.
Howling one kill?
Oh, this is a lot of trading going on. Yeah, a lot of trading, a lot of painting, a lot of back and forth here. Both teams do not want to give up the zone.
It looks like Nautilus Nation is at a disadvantage here, and I think their best course of action right now would be to back up.
Oh, but they're still able to get some picks off of Kraken Up. Kraken Up able to take the zone, although Nautilus Nation is nearby, able to get some picks there.
Kraken Up are 3 down though. This might be a chance for Nautilus Nation to take back the zone and do that. Is that a brush on the corner? Okay, they just went down there.
It looks like Nautilus Nation is doing a good job kind of bullying Kraken Up back into their spawn, into their corners. Kraken Up trying very hard to get back to mid, but having a hard time doing so.
It'd be really problematic for Kraken Up if Nautilus Nation does somehow end up getting in their snipe area.
It looks like they're just holding the mid right now, and that's all they really need to hold. Kraken Up still can't get very far. They don't have much painted. It's really hard for them to get back to zone.
This might be game. Yeah.
Yep, there it goes to Nautilus Nation. Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at that map. Nautilus Nation was just able to paint so much of it that Kraken Up was not able to get forward. And it was really hard for them to re-coordinate, to make another good push to retake the zone. It was just... the map was dominated by Nautilus Nation. It was too hard.
I think they kind of did panic at the end there, and I think that's what caused, the, like, I'm not Englishing today. Yeah, you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It was very hard for them to, be patient and coordinate when you see that clock ticking down, that the points are going into the favor of the enemy. You just want to get forward, you want to push, you want to be able to hold it. But sometimes it's not the best course of action, and that's what we were seeing here.
Yeah, it rarely is the best course of action, especially when the enemy has a really strong hold on your spawn. What you want
Hmm.
to do is like regroup and aim for special, and then do something.
Yes. I'm always told that from those high ledges back there, you want to get some picks off, at least one, before you start that push the zone. And I think because of that timer just ticking down, that they really just wanted to get the zone painted without getting those picks. And you can't always do that.
Yeah, that's true. Um, I mean, it's not uncommon that I see these mistakes, but we'll be moving on to a break now. Audience, think about, um, you may think about Platoon while we wait.
I like that idea.
Welcome back to Under Pressure. This is the last set that me and Six will be commentating, and the teams will be watching are Dungeon Dwellers and Last Train to Splatsville.
Is Last Train to Splatsville a reference to something? I feel like it is, but I don't know what it's a reference to.
It sounds like a reference.
Last Train to
I
something?
mean, maybe the train. I don't know, but
Maybe
I
the train
really
is the
like
friends we made along the way.
for real. I love that logo though. I love the art style of it.
Yeah, that it looks like a ticket, like one of the food tickets in Splatoon. That's really clever. I like that.
It exchanged the ticket for small fry and a train.
I'd love that. I want small fry and a train. I want both those things.
They're both delicious. We'll be starting. We'll be starting off with Undertow. I didn't quite catch the mode there. DC, yeah.
Oh, it looks like there is a ballpoint on the side of Last Train to Splatsville. I'm really excited about that, to see the inkjet plays from that team.
They seem to be running the new Blob Lover. I've never seen anyone play that before so far. I think it has Kraken, which is interesting because aggressive blob. Dungeon Dwellers are 2 down though. Last Train to Splatsville are probably going to be able to get a few points in. The charger on the snipe is being quite a menace, but they are the only one alive now.
Yeah, it looks like Dungeon Dwellers only had one up for a second there. Now they have 3 against Last Train to Splatsville. Last Train to Splatsville has control of the tower, I believe. They're trying to get it forward. Hard to hold against this Wiper, though, as they're able to get 1 pick. Now 2 on the side of Last Train to Splatsville as they go down.
Tower's returning to neutral now, but it looks like the Wiper is going to try, Kraken gets popped on tower, and it does squeeze out a few more points on the side of Last Train to Splatsville.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're seeing some Kraken cheese here with Last Train to Splatsville, knowing that the Kraken cannot be taken off tower, only really pushed. Dungeon Dwellers is able to hold against them though, able to get the tower back to mid. We're getting 2 picks here on the side of Dungeon Dwellers, although the Dualies player does go down.
The stamp gets popped. Will it be able to find any picks though?
Oh, there we go.
Laggy,
That's a double.
Laggy double. Laggy double.
Just a little bit. But hey, a double's a double. And we see the Wiper here trying to push the tower forward. Dungeon Dwellers have all of their team up, pushing this. Let's see if they can get more points here.
That was a close 1v1 with the Blob and the Wiper. I do think the Wiper should have won that. But now Dungeon Dwellers are 3 down, and the best thing they could do is back up, but the Roof Slider is able to get a double there and turn things around.
That's nice. They were not expecting that Reef Slider. Last Train to Splatsville is... Oh, they get a pick here. They're trying to hold against the Dungeon Dwellers here, trying to get more points on the tower. They're trying very hard to throw anything they can at it, trying to get them to stop getting points because they're so close to lead now. With this vac on the side of Dungeon Dwellers, it's going to be harder for Last Train to Splatsville to get them out of this corner.
Dungeon Dwellers are pushing up really far here, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to clear the checkpoint as their doubles and Wiper go down. This might be a chance for Last Train to Splatsville to get the tower back into mid and moving in their direction again.
And that's okay. Dungeon Dwellers got lead off that push. That's all they needed to have this game go in their favor now. Now let's see if they can hold against Last Train to Splatsville, stop them from getting any more points, see if they can hold that lead.
This has been a pretty even game so far, actually. It's been pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of back and forth. Both teams are pretty good. They're both very coordinated, both able to get picks, both able to use their specials well to hold against the other team. Let's see this Kraken here. They get a pick. They're holding the tower now, trying to
Listen.
get another pick off of Dungeon Dwellers.
Ooh, nice pick from the blob. Wait, I think that was the same guy with the Kraken. Um,
Oh, you're right.
this
They
is a
do have
chance.
Kraken.
This might be a chance for them to get lead. Ooh, they do not go down to the bomb. Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Last Train Splatsville's really trying to hold this tower. They've got the Kraken here now with the Kraken cheese. Maybe they can get points. They can get lead. There we go! Last Train to Splatsville getting lead with the Kraken on tower. They're gonna have a hard time getting this vacuum user. Oh, but they do get that pick, able to hold tower a little bit more.
Kraken shenanigans.
Ooh.
Last Train to Splatsville is at a really, really good advantage here. The Dungeon Dwellers have just respawned though, and it might be a potential threat, and yeah, they do get the tower moving back in the direction. And I just noticed they weren't able to clear the checkpoint either.
Oh no! Yeah, that's a hard choke point to get through, seeing as Last Train to Splatsville was spawning up above where the tower was.
The time they just about ran out of time, but if there was just a little more time, I do think Dungeon Dwellers could have gotten the lead. And if it weren't for the fact that they got wiped out at the end.
Mm-hmm. Just unfortunate timing for Dungeon Dwellers. Last Train to Splatsville does get this win. Let's see the replay here. I want to see, is there going to be Kraken in this replay? I would love that. It doesn't look to be. It looks like they're holding the tower, though. Looks like they're able to push forward. They had some really good pushes. And a wipeout. There were some really good pushes from both teams. Both very coordinated. Both able to hold a lot of space while they got a lot of points.
Yeah. That went pretty well. We'll be seeing Rainmaker on Humpback next. Do you think they'd be running backline again?
I think so. I think this is a good map to run backline because there are so many higher up points, so many snipe points that you can like hide behind walls and still be able to see mid, still be able to get picks from pretty far away. So I would recommend backline for this map.
I haven't been playing much on this map either, but I have played Rainmaker, and Rainmaker on Humpback is fun. Do you know if it's something you see in like, if it's a favorite map?
You know what? I have seen a lot of Humpback Pump Track. I'm not sure if it's a favorite because it was in Splatoon 2 or if it's just very well designed. But I like it. Just the name is fun, and I'm easy to please. If it has a fun, punny name, then I like it.
Yes.
Agreed. Oh, I'm looking forward to another game from these two because they were so evenly matched. Both teams had some early leads there, and they were able to go back and forth quite a lot.
I do like how in the replay we just saw like everyone explode at the end into explosions of ink.
That's basically what the whole game was, getting so many picks, getting, like, the Wiper was pretty aggressive on I forget which team had the Wiper. It was Dungeon Dwellers with the Wiper that was really aggressive, getting a lot of picks, able to be really, you know, be really sneaky, get picks without the other team being able to have defenses against them.
We haven't seen Wiper Deco today, have we?
I don't think a lot of people play that weapon in general, so I don't see a lot of people running that for the tournament.
That's good, cause did we? I mean, I'm glad people aren't liking it, cause I genetically don't like Wiper Deco.
Genetically don't like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like it.
To each their own, I suppose.
Thermal ink on the dapples is definitely very interesting.
They just want to be able to see where the enemy team is, I suppose.
I'm not sure if it's going to be very useful though. But they might have a different playstyle to what I'm imagining.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to get some hits on the enemy, not trying to go for those kills. It looks like both sides are pretty even right now. Although this Viper here was able to get this pick.
That looked like a pretty awkward pick. Um, on both the Rainmaker and the Viper.
It looks like they kind of ran into each other, but one was able to stop the other, as now Dungeon Dwellers has the Rainmaker. Oh, they lose it to Last Train of Splatsville. Last Train of Splatsville has 3 of their players up. They get some picks. They're able to push forward here. Hopefully they're able to get this pop and get some more points.
The Blob is trying to get some paint down on Dungeon Dwellers, but they do go down, and the Roller tries to get pop, but they also go down to bullfight.
Yeah, this is a really back and forth match right here. Neither team is really able to take the Rainmaker forward. Although Dungeon Dwellers picks it up now, they are in mid. They are easily seen by all of the members of Last Train to Splatsville. Though there are only 2 members of Last Train to Splatsville up, they're not able to defend this checkpoint.
There wasn't really anyone looking at the Rainmaker there. But the fact that the pedestal wasn't fully painted did take a few seconds off the clock for Dungeon Dwellers.
That's true. 3 are down for Dungeon Dwellers. Last Train of Splatsville has the ability to move this Rainmaker forward, although it looks like they're having trouble. It's so well painted by Dungeon Dwellers that they have to take the time to paint forward before they're able to move.
Last Train of Splatsville did a really good job at defending the Rainmaker. And now Dungeon Dwellers have been wiped out. Lost Train to Splatsville might be able to get KO. Sorry.
No, you're good. I understood what you meant. Yeah, Last Train to Splatsville really did push that forward. They were able to take advantage of that wipeout, and now they have the lead on Dungeon Dwellers. Dungeon Dwellers now has possession of the Rainmaker. They're able to move back to mid. It is a little difficult to get across because all of the members of Last Train to Splatsville were there at the moment they jumped. Looks like there's a lot of back and forth happening now. No real idea who is going to get it next.
I really like the coordination happening between Last Train to Splatsville. It's not something I see often, even at like higher level teams. Cause I've definitely seen like people struggle with coordination, but Last Train to Splatsville is doing an excellent job at that.
Yeah, definitely. They seem to know when their other members are up, when their other members are able to help them push, and when they need to hold back. And I think that coordination is what's helping them get all these points, helping them to have the advantage over Dungeon Dwellers.
And yeah, as you can see, they're playing closely to the Rainmaker and not just doing their own thing elsewhere. Just something I really like about them. I mean, this is something Dungeon Dwellers are doing as well, by the way.
Yes.
So it's a pretty even matchup.
Dungeon Dwellers looks like they are very good at grouping up. They're very good at pushing forward when they have all of their members. The trick comes when Last Train to Splatsville is able to get those picks from behind, able to be a little bit more sneaky there. Then it kind of ruins the coordinated push of Dungeon Dwellers.
And that's game.
Ooh! That is the match to Last Train to Splatsville. They were able to get that last push. Yeah, they were able to get that last push to a KO. They were just, I guess, patient enough. They waited, they took space, and then they pushed forward when they had the advantage.
Yeah, that's what they did, and it worked really well.
And this is them in that last push. They were able to paint, they were able to hold out the enemy from stopping the Rainmaker, and they got that knockout. Now we are on to round 3. Clam Blitz on Crab Lake Capital.
Crab lowercase. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
What's the opposite of a crab?
Is there opposites to animals? Is there like a a circle of each animal in the animal kingdom and there's a polar opposite to a crab. I don't think that's how it works. There's no animal spectrum, Tomu.
I mean, let me think. Lobster leg capital. I don't
Oh my
know.
gosh. No, crabs and
Wait.
lobsters are
No, no, no,
related.
no.
You have to get to a flying thing. Something in the air, a
Um,
bird.
um, bread on cap, bread on lowercase.
Bread?
Yeah, the thing you eat.
That's not an animal. Now
Um,
you're just making things up. There is no animal kingdom. It's just words, just taking nouns out of place.
um,
Eagle
eagle,
Wingtown. That's a good one.
yeah. Oh wait, eagle wing lower.
Eagle
Okay.
Wing lowercase. Oh my goodness.
What town?
Well,
Either
because capital,
works.
like the capital of a state, I guess. And then the opposite of that would be a town. I get it. I understand their thinking.
Wouldn't the opposite of that be like uninhabited land?
Okay, but that's not catchy.
Doesn't have to be.
Oh my goodness.
Eagle, eagle wing uninhabited land.
Oh my goodness. That sounds like a DLC package. Sounds like something you would buy to add on to your video game.
Something I thought about though. Splatoon is meant to be post-apocalyptic. But why are there
True.
seagulls and birds in the stages?
What are you talking about? There are still
I'm
animals that exist in the apocalypse. We are inklings. They
I thought
exist.
like aren't birds mammals?
Is it only mammals that die in the apocalypse? Whatever.
thought-
Let's watch the game, Tomu.
Okay. Okay.
It looks pretty even as of right now. It looks like Last Train to Splatsville is trying to collect some clams. They've got 8 here. Enough to make a power, but they seem to be pretty separate from each other to make a push right now.
Last Train to Splatsville does have the range advantage with their pumps. I'm kind of interested to see how Dungeon Dwellers are gonna do about that.
And it looks like 2 get picked off on the side of Dungeon Dwellers. Last Train to Splatsville makes the power, but they throw it. They're not in a position yet to make that push now that all of Dungeon Dwellers is up. They're trying to get a pick. They get 1, they get 2. Maybe Last Train to Splatsville will now push forward and get that power climb in.
They do get the power clamp in, and it looks like they get another one in. Are they gonna be able to follow up with that with any more clamps though? Ooh, I like this strategy.
Ooh.
They are going back to get clamp alternating, and the blob gets the quad. They
I thought it was just the
they
triple,
might be
but they
able to
almost
get
got the
it
quad.
too. Yeah, almost. Hammer time.
That's
Yeah,
an aggressive play
definitely
on the side of Dungeon Dwellers. They were able to get
Yeah.
that 1 pick with the hammer. Able to paint a little bit more of mid. They have a power clamp in their possession. They're gonna need a few more picks though before they are able to push forward against Last Train to Splatsville.
It looks like Dungeon Dwellers are able to get a clam in, but ooh, nice pick there on the guy on the crates. It is just the zap left though.
Ooh.
So I don't think they're gonna be able to continue the push.
No, there was a wipeout on the side of Dungeon Dwellers by Last Train to Splatsville. Now, Last Train to Splatsville has the advantage here. They're trying to get more picks, trying to get more clams.
That was a nice defense from them. The people on the grades here are drawing quite a lot of attention away from the objective. I mean, it is necessary though, because if they don't do something about that, someone could just jump a clam in.
It's true.
Yeah, Last Train to Splatsville on their way to do another push. seems like it's gonna go pretty well.
Ooh, getting
They are
some
getting
trades
quite a few
here.
clams in, but it doesn't look like
Yeah,
they'll be able to get rid of the penalty.
they did try. They did try very hard, but it ended up being only one more player on Last Train in Splatsville. They weren't able to keep that basket open against the other team. So they were given another penalty, not being able to take any more points off of their score.
Was that a trade? No, it wasn't. Um, the Dollies here seem to be playing quite aggressive, and they do get punished for it. But how will Dungeon Dwellers respond to the kill?
It looks like Dungeon Dwellers have this power now. They're trying to get a little bit more forward, fighting on grates here. They get a trade. It's a little tough to get that power clam right where they need it. Going on grates there might be a little bit of a risky play.
It's kind of unfortunate on Dungeon Dwellers that their players with specials had to go down. They could have made use of that and possibly gotten another clam in.
Yeah, it's hard to say when you're on grates like that. You're not close enough really to want to pop specials, but sometimes you have to be able to survive.
Yeah. Dungeon Dwellers might be able to have time to get another push in, but it does feel unlikely that they will be able to take the game. Last Train to Splatsville is staggering though, so it is still a possibility for Dungeon Dwellers to turn things around.
Yeah, with the stamp now, let's see if... Ooh, that's a double
Double?
on the side of Dungeon Dwellers. Let's see if they can hold this basket a little bit. It's a little tough. They're getting picks. Last Train to Splatsville is getting picks. I don't see a lot of Dungeon Dwellers. Oh, there's the wipeout. Yeah, I think this one is going to go to Last Train to Splatsville.
Dungeon Dwellers did well. They could have
Yeah,
taken the game. But Last Train to Splatsville will be taking this set, however it's a best of 3. So we will be seeing that last match.
that was the
Wait,
last
was
match.
it?
Yeah,
Was
that was
it?
the third one.
Oopsie poopsie.
Yeah, so Last Prince Latsville gets that one.
Oh,
Gets
why can't we
gets
have
that
a
set.
4th match?
Because Tomu, the show has to go on. The tournament has to continue. We can't just watch all the good games.
Okay. That was actually nice to watch though.
Yeah, you know what? I think Dungeon Dwellers did well for themselves. They were able to trade a lot. They were able to push forward. They were able to get points. It's just unfortunate that Last Train of Splatsville took their advantages a little bit more. Were able to make more out of their pushes, their advantages, and were able to get all 3 of those matches.
Well, I guess we'll be ending things here now. We'll be passing the next part of the tournament onto someone else.
That's true.
Yeah, Toma, Pinky, and Weave, they'll be taking over.
Yeah, and they're going to be
Um,
great. So you all should stick around and listen to them as well because there's only going to be more fantastic action for you to watch.
you mean Splatastic act?
Okay.
My apologies for the puns.
All right, wait. Before we go, Tomu, where can the good people of the stream find you on the internet?
You can find me on Twitter. It's just Phantomu _,
You mean X?
and it's the Twitter logo on the stream.
That's true.
I refuse to call it X. You could like find me on pretty much any platform with Phantomu _,
Gotcha.
on exception of TikTok.
You can
we
find
find
me
you?
basically same for me. Just look up Miss Pixie 6 on really any platform. It will probably be me. If it's not me, let me know. I can call my lawyers and get that changed.
Wait, I'm kind of sad that Phantomu, the Discord name, has been taken. So I'm
Is
just
it really?
Phantomu _. Yeah, it has.
Oh, There's an original Phantom you have to fight, obviously. You have to
Hmm,
track them down. You have to claim the name.
I must.
Yeah.
Anyways, that'll be everything for today.
Alright, thank you all for watching. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Have a nice
Bye-bye.
day.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've got our juniors draft cooking up. We're ready to see what these teams are bringing on in our bracket stage. My name is Toma. I'm joined here with my good friend Weef. It's been a long time. Weef, how have you been?
It has been a long time. I just woke up from a nap and I'm feeling incredibly fresh, ready to go and watch the matches, ready to watch the cream of these crops of these beginner players and see how these go. So it looks like we've got Octoclock versus Octonauts, Octo v Octo action up here.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing, who's gonna be, you had the Splatfest, in Splatoon 2, Squids versus Octos. Clearly both these teams, we know where they stand on the situation, but who's gonna represent the Octos quite, on top here. And now we're at the point of the bracket here, it's single elimination at this point, so a lot of it boils down to what's going to be happening here. They fought long and hard, I believe, looking real fast. Yeah, both of these teams were top in their groups during the Swiss stage of the bracket, so they put on a really strong performance today. It boils down to this, and this is one of those tournaments they're all new. This is all new players that we've got on juniors draft, so a lot rides on this for them. Maybe a lot of pressure to perform well and stay alive, and on a new stage too, Splat Zone's Ship Shape. Tell me what you want to see here, Leaf.
It's certainly an interesting one. I would definitely want to see some interesting comps. One of my favorite things about watching juniors draft is these players, they may have a sense of the meta, but they're at the point where as long as you're good on a weapon, you can really, really make it work. A lot of people don't know how to fight certain weapons, and so it can be really, really fun to watch some really interesting and unusual comps come out. So this isn't Ship Shape.
Maybe we had a little. Oh.
Yeah,
We'll be loading back out for a minute. A little bit of a mistake set up in the room, but we'll let them figure that out. Splat Zones, it's kind of almost, it's like mini Turf War in a way. Completely wrong map though.
Yeah, they were taking us to school out here on Inklot, versus shivering in the Arctic on Ship Shape. But I'm definitely excited to see it. I've played a lot of it myself. I have not seen it on mic yet. I haven't observed from the nice overhead. I do think I remember seeing a dynamo from that team that rolled out, but that could just be them knowing that the map mode is wrong and choosing a Mimi weapon if they wanted.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe they don't want to, give away their comp. I don't know how much into the psychological play they are here. I know that if somebody chooses the wrong map whenever I'm in a tournament, I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna go in with a big swig and see what they have to say about that.
Yeah, interesting. Definitely gonna be easy to see. I'm very glad it's not Turf War though. Just keep that out of comp, please. Even if you are a beginner player, it's not great.
I don't
Here
think
we
I'd
are.
commentate a Turf War tournament. I think I'd go crazy.
Oh, nightmare. We do see a crack-on roller out here, and the Dynamo was correct. They are sticking with it. These are two very interesting comps. Some weapons that we see quite a lot, some that we don't.
Yeah, I love to see the Brilla. I'm actually really interested to see that because it's a weapon that actually now has some decent potential with that jet. But right now, Octoclock going to be taking an early control here of the zone. There's that Brilla player trying to fight a bucket. Not a match that you usually expect to go in their favor, and it doesn't there. Octoclock holding strong here, just those bullies left up.
Yeah, I don't know how much you were paying attention, but it looked like Lucas' drum on those that try went on a massive kill streak, though, earning Octoclock a massive push here. They're already approaching the halfway point, not even a minute in, so they're just keeping the picks rolling, keeping the pressure up on Octonauts, and earning themselves quite a few points here.
Yeah, and they're going to try to hold it through these chumps coming in that'll be painting that zone, and they're doing really, really well there. You saw Luke holding that high ground, but finally dropping in the roller, actually going to come in from behind and get a great pick on there, too, to help Octoclock keep control of this zone.
Yeah, it is Octoclock for them to be approaching the very end of this match. It's up to Octonauts to, take it back. And these last few ticks here, there's about 5 seconds left before they cap this. If they cap the zone, 5 seconds left before they KO. And with 2 members down, it looks like Octonauts might have the chance to go ahead and push themselves in and save themselves right from the brink of death right there.
Yeah, and they definitely are, those chumps and getting able to get some down definitely helped there. Now they have 3 down on Octo Clock, and they're going to be trying to push forward, see maybe if they can get some space going here. They want to kind of get out in front of Octo Clock to stop them from coming back in, but you do see Frenzy there popping the Kraken, going to be carving a way back in for Octo Clock, getting really far behind too, you're going to have to pay attention when they're back up. They may come in and flank, and it looks like that's exactly what they are doing. They're waiting to tick off that jump 2 on landing. That is going to be the wipe out, and it's going to give Octo Clock control of this zone again.
I saw some pretty good team play there. It's not often, you don't really expect these players to get a sense of, okay, my teammate's having a special, I really need to push with them. But when we saw the Kraken earlier pop that Kraken there, it looks like the rest of the teammates, especially that Nautilus, knew to move up with that. Over here we see Superior waiting for a few more teammates to spawn in before they pop those missiles, and so I bet we might see even their teammates start to push up with that as well.
Yeah, it looks like you saw the roller attempt to there, but went down on the side, and now they're going to be picked on top too by these dualies moving in alongside those chumps to hopefully try to take control of the zone. The dualies are going to kind of just distract the Nautilus over here on the side, let their team fight it out on zone a bit longer. Doesn't look like Noctonaut's quite able to find the cap, and they also now have lost a member. I do believe we are past our point for replays though, so it's gonna just be up into their remaining members to try to hold this zone, but it's definitely, this could be a rough fight in a 3v4 situation.
Yeah, I did see a little bit of lag earlier. I didn't want to comment on it too much just in case I cursed them for this to happen, but it's definitely an unfortunate timing for that, especially as they were starting to gain momentum back in the direction. They saved themselves from a KO once again. It looked like they were going to establish a good hold, a good push for themselves, but unfortunately, looks like Octo Clock just has a big advantage here. Only one player really rushing back in, about 10 seconds left or so before they get knocked out. But with 2 members of Octo Clock going down, looks like they might have a chance to take it back. The duel is going to go around the flank. Only the Nautilus left on that zone going to be taken out. That is basically a full wipe. This jump is going to get taken out as well. And so, I mean, Octonauts, even 1 player down, is doing a pretty good job and has once again saved themselves right again from a KO.
But you know what, it wouldn't be the first time if they're able to take it back that we've seen a 3v4 situation come out with a win for the 3-player team. But, it's a really hard fight to pull off. They're going to be poking out this trap tank, trying to get control of zone once again. The Kraken moving in on their location, though, not wanting to give it up for free. But with both specials ending, it's now just a fight of those main weapons, and it goes in Octo Clock's favor. We see out, and just now that 1 player left up the full wipe. That looks like it's going to be the end of the line for Octonauts on this one.
Yeah, they're nice KO, but with how often Octonauts, came back from the brink, they're like their namesake. They knew how to go to the extremes and then come right back. I could definitely see them with a full roster of 4 to end up taking a game against Octo Clock here. They did put up a great show even without that 4th player.
Yeah, absolutely. You see a little bit on this instant replay. Great plays here from this roller, even at the very end, just like, hey, we're gonna keep up this pressure. I know that, you're probably not getting in there, but I'm not gonna give you any chances. And then Superior there just doing a little booyah, cheering for their team, knowing that they've got this first game down. This is an important one. Like I said, this is best of 3, and it's single elimination at this point here now. So Octo Clock feels very good getting this first game under their control, and they just need to try to find a win here on tower control. If they don't, though, no sweat. You got that final round in Rainmaker Museum to try to finish it off. But I'm really excited to see what's going to be happening there. Octonauts, they put up quite a fight for having, a player down permanently with that DC. So I want to see what they're going to be doing here on tower control to bring that back, try to survive to this 3rd game.
Tower control may not be my favorite game mode. In fact, it is the exact opposite, but I feel like it's going to be really interesting here in Junior's Draft. Especially because of all the specials that can kind of cheese the tower. I feel like they're going to be a little more prominent here as the players may not know how to play around them quite as well. Here on Manta Maria, I mean, I always fall off the map. I'm hoping for it. I believe in the past you've had a clip where somebody just fell off of the cut, unfortunately.
Oh gosh.
Big fan of that.
Had that happen to me, or I did that in the scrim with Marine Melody the other day.
It's a running joke at this point with me. I do it all the time.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing kind of, more of the same loadout from both teams. I'm interested to see how they're going to, I think the bubble can be pretty strong here for them as well as the Kraken to just try to keep control of those towers. Maybe even the Brella's shield to just provide a little bit of cover from fire going in. But right now it just looks like an absolute bloodbath here around the tower. Both of them fighting it out. 2 down on both sides. Demo does pop this bubble here, but has 10 missiles waiting to come down on top of them. Going to be backing up there now, is chasing down that tower. Finds one pick and is trying to right it again, but just look at all this heavy pressure they're facing right now, especially with that bucket coming back in from the right side as well. It's just a absolute bloodbath here. It looks like now, though, finally turning maybe into the favor of Octo Clock here.
Yeah, once again, Octo Clock. It's Octo Clock for a push. Here you see the Napples reslide go and get in and go for that tower. We do see, I was going to comment on it, Napples instead of the V-Dualies. Probably hoping to get some really nice poking with those torpedoes versus, the power of that crab on the V-Dualies. Looks like they are starting to approach that checkpoint, but they are down several players. Looks like the Napples here trying to push up, trying to push that big choke point that they need in a major skirmish over there with that Wiper, and does end up going down.
Yeah, both of them just kind of trading out lives. Neither team really able to quite find that pressure that they need to break first checkpoint here at the moment. Kind of just taking these small skirmishes and trading lives back and forth, kind of exactly what we would expect from players at this skill level right now. And you see all these jumps continuing to come into the tower too. I will say the great thing, about this, these teams, they'll be fearless. They will come right at you. They will charge. They don't care about what you've got shooting at them, and I think that's one of the funniest things here in Junior Strategy. These players, they are relentless.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just all upside down over here. Cooler is out, though. 2 players up. They at one point Octonauts was 3 members down. Looks like it's finally time for Octonauts to get a nice push going, breaking through that first checkpoint, and now approaching the second. But they are they're actually keeping the picks going, which is exactly what they need. All they need to do right now is push ahead of that tower, get the pressure off of the tower, and let it ride smoothly. And it looks like they are going to be able to make the second checkpoint.
Yeah, and now you've got this Nautilus sitting up on the tower. It was in a good position trying to poke around at that one player, but Jesus here on the Dynamo Roller was like, no way, I'm taking you off right now. Going to be saving Octonauts some points here. They're going to be even up on this bunker wall trying to find some picks here. Going to be throwing down all of that ink, but alas, now they're forced to back up here in the street. Going to maybe provide some jumps in for their team, but that bucket already up here, ready to move, finds the pick on the Demo. Octo Clock is just not backing off.
Only 1 checkpoint left to save Octonauts as Octo Clock just refuses to let go. Once they've started this push, they have not backed off even one little bit. And with a Kraken on the tower, with only the Napples alive, this game is looking pretty close to over, but there is still time. There is a player on the tower stuck behind them. Nobody really noticed, and it's the Napples riding into mid, riding into victory, and taking a lot of pressure off as these players have to stop holding forward and go back and backtrack just a little bit to make sure that they don't get pushed too hard here. Oh my god.
Great plays there from the Napples, able to finally, it looks like, force out Octo Clock from their base. This is definitely going to give Octonauts, their chance to still stay in it, but they didn't see this beacon. The Wiper comes in. Finally, they do take care of that. There is a jump coming into the beacon, though, and the Roller is going to get the kill and replace the beacon.
Yeah, 3 members down, and Octonauts is looking really good for themselves. Only that Dynamo left alive who is in spawn, and Octo Clock, once again, looking to go get a push started. Roller getting a beautiful kill through there, almost a double, but they end up getting only the assist on that. And with the Kraken going forward, pushing ahead and providing a lot of pressure in front of the tower, they once again have the cooler. They have all the tools that they need, the specials going. They are really looking pretty scary for Octonauts here.
Yeah, it is, but Octonauts going to be getting that player back on the tower again. They keep doing it to Octo Clock. They think that they've got it in the bag right there, and then they'll sneak in kind of on that back door, take out the tower rider, and be like, nope, we're going to take this backwards a little bit. But, of course, just riding the tower a little bit isn't going to be good enough. They've got quite a ways to go, and Octo Clock is back on the tower once again, and we're approaching overtime now, and you see the full wipeout on the Octonauts. They're going to need to move fast here if they want to get this tower cleared and their riders on it, and it just doesn't look like that's going to happen.
If there's one word I could use to describe Octoclock there, it was relentless. Even when they went down, they just never lost mid. They never let Octonauts get past that point. They just kept on getting the jump chains in and getting the picks required to just keep on chugging forward, even if they weren't quite able to KO. Just being able to keep it on their side of the map for basically the entire latter half of the game was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it definitely was there. I kind of like what I said. They didn't have fear. That as comp players, I think that we kind of get this innate sense that when a push is dead, when you need to kind of back off, when you need to regroup, so you don't continue to stagger into a push that may not be successful. So I think it's really interesting to see these players that they're just we're not gonna give up a push. Why would we give up the push? The tower is in our control. I'm jumping. I'm gonna get a kill. And it's funny to see that kind of just confidence that I'm gonna go in, because I know, especially as a backline, I see one person alive on the tower and I'm like, I'm not jumping to that.
I mean, neither of these teams did have a backline, so they were able to play pretty fast. I mean, sometimes you really do see a team pull out that QR comp that they just keep on jumping in. You're like, why can't we get rid of them? We keep on getting 3 members down, but as long as that one player, as long as they don't get a full wipe, it's they just keep on coming. It's like a bad infestation.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good description of what we saw there.
But yeah, it looks like Octoclock taking the set 2-0, progressing on into semifinals.
Absolutely huge congrats to them. Kind of looking at Alpha Bracket, it looks like on the outer side, we actually have a match there. Cheese and Krakens versus Silent Finish ready to go. Lethal Law and Bubble Trouble fighting it out. Doesn't look like they've reported anything, but that's a little bit, to be expected. And a new players tournament, maybe not quite sure that they need to report score as they go there to keep us updated, but huge congrats to Cheese and Kraken, Silent Finish. One of them is going to be walking away next round, going to finals. And of course, at this point too, everybody who wins this first match is at least guaranteed to play 2 more, because they'll be, even if they lose in round 2, they'll be going on to that 3rd place match finish.
Yeah, that's always a fun thing. Even if you, especially for these new players, even if they know that they're not making the grand finals, just having the chance to fight for a podium placement is still really fun. But speaking of reporting scores, I just wanted to I've been new players. I remember when I was it was my first tournament where I was actually captaining. I was the one reporting scores and stuff, and I didn't know that you didn't have to take pictures. And there's that button on Battlefly where it's take a picture to show evidence or whatever, and I did that for every single one. And I have to imagine that the TOs were very confused.
I remember I just didn't know that I would play the game and I would just forget that Battlefy chat was a thing. So I just I wouldn't look at it, and then I would come back after playing my 3 games and see that staff was trying to contact us multiple times, and we're oopsies.
Skipping in the meadow.
Yeah. But it looks like we actually are going to be going into that Cheese and Krakens versus Silent Finish match. I'm super excited to see there. I love the Cheese and Krakens logo.
I was just about to say, can we give
cute.
her or Drew that a massive applause? That is so cute. And you even see, I don't think that's just the format of the stream. Just even the outer edge of the logo is cracker shaped, like a little Ritz cracker.
Yeah, I absolutely
Glorious.
am in
It's
love
so
with
cute.
that. I'm always this is how you can get me to be a fan of your team. Have a cute logo. That is
True.
the fastest way to get me on your side.
Yeah. And the other one is an interesting logo too. I'm not quite sure. It looks like it's referencing something. I'm not sure quite what it's referencing.
It looks like a key, but I don't know what's going on with it. It's interesting for sure. It's better than the teams that don't have logos. Sorry, teams that don't have logos. No shade to y'all. And it looks like I'm actually going to take a little look back at the history of these 2 teams. It looks like they were in, let's search Swiss bracket B.
We were just alerted that we believe that this is a run back from group stage, so a little bit of a grudge match here, so a chance for one of these teams to get revenge. So that's always super, super exciting.
Yeah, it looks like they were in Group B, or Group D, sorry, of twist. They played each other in a round 2. Cheese and Krakens took a 2-1 victory there, so it was not a sweep. So this tells me this may be a close match, and Silent Finish may be looking for that comeback. Like, don't underestimate us just because we went down last time. And I know that we've commentated so many tournaments before, and lots of times when you see these kind of groups into bracket, or you see kind of like double elimination tournaments, that it can often be pretty hard to beat the same team twice in one day.
Yeah, especially if it's teams that are relatively evenly matched. If you go in it with too much confidence, you're kind of done for, because then you'll go in, you'll make mistakes, you'll be a little bit sloppy, and you won't have a good time. But if you come in just completely like worrying that they're gonna sweep you, then there's also the opposite problem of you're gonna get nervous and make mistakes. It's always a game of mental at some point. It's some things, and it's certainly interesting. It's a lot of weight behind these matches, even if they're not necessarily. Even if this isn't grand finals, there's still a lot of weight behind this.
Oh, absolutely, and especially since this is the one where you punch your ticket to Grands if you take the win here. And we're starting in on Scorch Gorge. Clam Blitz, and I'm really interested to see, as a backline player, leader in Clams. That is a certainly very interesting pick. Most teams won't pick it because of how slow it is, but Scorch Gorge is a great map for leader. It's got big open sight lines. If you can set them up on mid, there's just so much space that leader can cover. But you trade off, that superior just kind of like power to look at the map for a little bit of speed on your team, and speed can be vital in Clam Blitz.
Yeah, but also you notice here it's Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge. You're going to be at a major stalling point until you can break through that choke point, and having a leader to kind of slow your team down and kind of give a little bit of insurance that even if the rest of you go down while trying to get through that push, we do have a clam push here, but they're just going to be there as insurance and be able to hold down the fort for at least a little bit. Looks like Silent Finish is going to be able to continue and get these clams and getting themselves a great first start. 2 members down on the side of Cheese and Kraken, but the same can go for Silent Finish, who is currently holding the left side here. Looks like this push is over, but they still retain mid control because of that heavy has a great sideline here, standing on the Persian mid.
Absolutely, that was a huge push for them. It came together so fast that I didn't even really see it either. I think they kind of just snuck their way in really fast, weren't able to be taken down by any of the members of Cheese and Krakens who were trying to defend the basket. And now you got the all-out fight happening here in mid again. Breadbug helping to pressure Silent Finish back, and it looks like Cheese and Krakens is finally going to get a lot more space down here in mid with those 2 members down to try to provide themselves a way back into this map and a way back into this game. But they definitely have to be careful. That Wavebreaker is out, and it's going to be continuing to mark them if they're not careful, and they're going to be having to fight this Wiper who's coming in to try to capitalize off of it. And these Wipers, they can be really sneaky. You can already see that they're kind of trying to go around the backside, see if they can find anybody to pick off, but they weren't quite able to, kind of going back to their spawn for just a little bit. And here they are now in mid though, ready to fight again. Seeing if they can take out that dually there, they're able to get them picked off. And now you got the crowd tank coming out. They're going to try to fight this Brella player too. And this could be big. They're going to be forced back from that Inkjet, now going into the corner again once with these dualies that they keep seeming to run into. Just fighting it out just in this pit. You don't often see a whole lot of battles happen there because it's not truly a very important part of the map, but it's fun to see those little skirmishes happen, and the E-leader just going to get rushed down by that hammer.
Yeah, looks like with a 3 members down, especially getting that E-leader pick is absolutely massive. That is a delayed wipe here. Silent Finish getting themselves set up for another great push. They don't have any specials at the ready to keep things going, but they did get quite a few clams in. They got some more points on the board. Push may not even be dead yet because the Zappers are going to rush in, trading their life for a few points. Blob going to keep up this pressure. Even if they don't get any more points, and just maintaining this pressure and maintaining mid after the push like they did that first time is going to be huge, and just keeping it held down for the rest of these 2 minutes left.
Yeah, like Silent Finish is putting up such a strong show of force here, and you can see why they took the game off of Cheese and Krakens during their group set. They're really trying to make a name for themselves here, make sure that they don't follow that same 1-2 loss again. They want to take an early game and try to take the set as soon as they can. And right now 2 down on both sides though. It's going to take a while for either team to get a push made. This Kraken, or sorry, not a Kraken, the Splatling there, getting a great pick on the jump in.
Oh.
And it looks like that power clam goes in, but just barely misses the basket, falling just short. Cheese and Kraken's still struggling right now to just find that way into mid that they need.
I'm not quite sure how to say their name, but Pyodor, that heavy fouling, is doing a fantastic job at holding on the fort. It feels like whenever you see the rest of their team go down, they're always there, getting a great angle, being able to get the picks, doing a really good job at keeping that balance between staying alive and applying forward pressure, and I feel like that's what's giving them a huge advantage over that E-leader who is a little bit slower, and the heavy Swattling is able to provide pressure and still move forward a lot faster than that E-leader. We do see the inkjet come out and then immediately get shredded. The hazards of popping in a little bit too close, and it looks like Cheese and Kraken is really starting to get desperate for a push here. They know they have 30 seconds left. Overtime is most likely going to activate for them because they do have that pity clam, but it's not only about getting it in, it's about getting the space before overtime starts, because you only have 20 seconds once that timer starts ticking, and it is rough, and here, especially on Scorchboard, to try to get that vast amount of control in such a small amount of time. We got 10 seconds left, plus overtime for these guys to make it in.
Yeah, and you gotta note too, Weave, you have to have that clan economy in your favor as well. And right now they have that ball, but they only had 3 clams with it, and you need to be able to find enough to take the lead in overtime as well. Rat coming in, however, behind them, gonna be trying to stop them from getting anything in, sees this jump, gonna be trying to take it out, but it's a dually, so they're gonna say no, thank you, I'm gonna just roll away. The power clam gets picked back up, but there just isn't enough time to get it to that basket, and not enough clams in the hands of Cheese and Krakens to find the victory there.
Yeah. Rat at the very end, going behind and living up to their namesake, playing like a rat and punching their team to victory. It looks like Silent Finish though, buying themselves a really, really good first start here. Are we gonna see a possible, not a reverse sweep, but a possible, was that Vengeance upset? I don't know what, like the possible revenge. I'm gonna say revenge.
Yeah, I'm like, what is the word? I know what you're talking about, but can't quite think of the word either there. Like revenge, retribution. I don't know what word we're specifically looking for, but they definitely want to show themselves. They want to redeem. Is it redeem? Redemption? Is that what we're looking for?
There's many words that can be used to describe it, but whatever it is, Silent Finish has to be feeling pretty good for themselves. Here we see where the point where Rat was really, really living up to their namesake here. Yeah, that was a super, super well played from them. And as we move on, I believe this next match is going to be Splat Zones on Crablo Capital. I feel like that Splatling there that I was praising before is gonna have a really fun time here if they decide to stick.
Oh, absolutely. This is a huge Splatling map because you've got that greats. You got the greats everywhere. And this is just like you got flanks. I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm saying there's flanks on a Splatoon 3 map.
I don't believe you. Where's your proof?
Look right there. They on the sides. This is insanity. This has been a crazy season, and we do see that heavy Splatling coming out. We see it on both sides. Actually, they're very well aware that this is a Splatling map.
Yeah, and we also see the Paintbrush come out too, which can also take advantage of the greats, to my knowledge. Blowhop are gonna stick to it as well, except for, keeping that vanilla kit for the rain, for the advantages that it has on Splat Zones. And already we see Pyodor continuing to move forward, but there is an undercover Rilla right behind them who is going to apply a bit of pressure, make a little bit of a mess, but still not gonna, the Silent Finish is not gonna relent over here.
Yeah, and right now they're holding good space in front of this zone too. You can see that they've got a lot of pressure there, trying to look forward. They got the hammer coming out. They've just got this Splatling looking at all the entry options that Cheese and Krakens has available to them, but the heavy Splatling gonna go there down from that reef slider that came in underneath. You gotta think about that vertical hitbox that it has. It doesn't hit just around it, it's gonna hit you above too, and those grates, they aren't gonna protect you. But despite that reef slider, which is just known for its zone cheese, we still have Silent Finish holding strong to this zone.
I just want to point out that Cheese and Kraken is running double Reef Slider here, which could be for the potential zones. Cheese could also be because these players really just wanted to use their weapons. But I mean, it looks like it's going to work out here as this. What? Napples player goes in, gets a quad, and earns Cheese and Kraken's their first push of the game.
they just got their Twitter clip. You saw them stop there for a second. I would be hitting the clip button if I were them.
Absolutely. That's always a great feel, especially when your team can play off of it. They're looking like they are moving, and Tipa seem to be trying to start to get a hold in, and they're already at about that halfway mark in the push, and looks like Vast here now set up on these grates is going to have a pretty good time at holding.
Yeah, they're certainly trying now, but now they're the only one up. Kind of forced back here into this corner as Silent Finish again has control of the zone. They're going to be throwing out a wave break, but go down. That wave breaker gets shredded pretty much instantaneously, and Silent Finish is now set up in a strong position once again, but they need to watch out for the Reef Slider. They don't want the same thing to happen again. This time the Dooley's only getting a double, but it definitely is going to give Cheese and Krakens time to potentially find the cap on the zone, but they have to compete with that heavy splatling. The Undercover Umbrella is going to go up, does find the pick, but the zone flips back in favor for Silent Finish, who's now collapsing on Breadbug there, going to force them back. They're going to try to Reef Slide in too, but it just isn't going to be enough for the zone there for Cheese and Kraken. Still is neutral. They're trying to fight it out, but nope. Silent Finish gonna come back in, take the zone once again. They're almost through their penalty. Just the Undercover Umbrella left up for them, and we've with the full wipeout. That is going to be Silent Finish, taking this now to a strong 2-0. They are definitely looking for that redemption for their loss in the Swiss stage.
Looking really, really good for them right now. Earning their way to a word that we couldn't decide the name of. Retribution, revenge, vengeance, whatever you want to call it. But I bet they're looking pretty good and feeling really, really good for themselves as we're going to move on into this Game 3 here soon. But we're going to look at some highlights from this match here near the end. Unfortunately, you know, if you're in a 1v4 situation like that poor Undercover is, you're going to do your best, but you know that the odds are not in your favor.
No, they definitely aren't when you're fighting, especially, you know, as the Undercover Umbrella doesn't quite have, you know, the shot velocity or the damage output it needs to be able to take down 4 members before it's able to be taken out itself. So now, Cheese and Krakens, they're looking here at tower control ship shape. This is where it all has to start for them if they want to get this reverse sweep going. And this map weave, in my opinion, is just, I love this one. This is one of my favorite maps to play now. It is quickly just rising to the top for me. I think it's got an excellent balance. I think the tower pathing is absolutely brilliant. I love the options that you have in to mid, the ways that you can play around the pit. There's so much you can do on this map.
Yeah, I don't think I've played it all often, but it is looking like it is one of the better tower control maps here. And we are going to see the E-Liter make its return here on Ship Shape, which, I mean, from what I've seen, from what I've heard, is a pretty good option here with a lot of the wide open spaces. But there are still ways to counteract it. There's still a good amount of cover and high ground and things that you can do to take advantage of that the space. We do see an N-Zap coming out from Silent Finish, who is going to get picked off pretty much first thing here, not able to get their cooler, but is going to enable this team to push ahead of those checkpoints like what you need to be doing in tower control. Rat is skirmishing over there on the left side, getting taken out, and looks like Silent Finish is 2 down, and the old adage in tower control is 2 down, let's push, and so it looks like Cheese and Kraken's going to get something started.
Yeah, they're going to be doing it right here, and the Umbrella is coming out to try to protect the tower there. They're going to be throwing their tower or their strikes at the tower now too, trying to clear mid, but Rat is already just in here once again playing off their team, and now that's a lot of members down. They're going to be forced to back off on the side of Cheese and Kraken, and now Silent Push maybe trying to put something together, but it looks like they are going to be taken out by that leader who can just set up a really strong defensive position back here and really just reach across, anywhere that the tower may be gaining points for them.
Yeah, starting to look good for Silent Finish, always doing a really good job at, taking back themselves from the situation. E-Liter in here a little bit too close to at risk of getting burned, and they do go down, and that is going to be Silent Finish getting a beautiful wipe, able to push up as far as they need to be, as far as they're comfortable to keep on going, keep on building specials. Blob going to throw Rain out, which is once again more pressure in front of the tower, exactly what they need as they start approaching this last and final checkpoint. Those are 2 words that mean the same thing. And they do all get wiped out except for that heavy, but we have seen this heavy hold in some really precarious situations before, and so I'd imagine that they're going to be able to make something really, at least scrape something out of this, and they do. They get 1 pick. They don't quite get the second, but they do fend them off for long enough to, just keep them at bay, allow the rest of their team to go in and keep on pushing.
That certainly seems like it right now. The tower now once again moving on the side of Cheese and Kraken. So posting this first checkpoint here, but they're gonna have to fight it out. And this can be really rough for them, especially since it's only them and the Brella up. The Brella wasn't there to be able to support it. So Silent Finish gonna be out here. They have the rain out, they have the cooler out, they have control of the tower once again. And you can see that they're not wasting any time. They're using that special, they're fighting with that cooler, and they're not gonna give Cheese and Kraken any space to breathe.
None whatsoever. That has been what they've been doing this entire set. It has been why I believe we're seeing them be so successful. Here we see Rat going in, once again, living up to their namesake, all the way up in their base while their team is kind of back. They do get some nice distractions, they get a pick out of it, but they do go down in the process, which isn't always the most ideal thing. But if you're a Wiper running QR, I mean, it's no big deal. We do see, though, these players taking a really good defensive stance here. This checkpoint, you really have to make sure that you're able to control the right side of the map. And when the rest of your, all of your efforts are focused on the left here, it looks like Cheese and Kraken, is going to be able to get, a free ticket back into mid and, try to be able to get their feet under them once more.
Absolutely, like what you said about that right-hand side, you have all that high ground, and it's a much harder to fire at if you're the team riding the tower, unless you actually jump across and take control by physically setting up there. So Silent Finish has really been struggling to get past that second checkpoint because Grease and Kraken has been doing a good job of like, hey, we saw this pressure is coming left side, let's just move right. And let's see now, though, they've cleared this checkpoint, so let's see if they've learned from where their pushes have been successful at being stopped. So they need to get over here, get control of this right-hand side. They've got the Booyah Bomb out, but is it going to be enough? They've got to stop Rat here. They do get the pick. It's just the heavy splatling up. This could be potentially their chance to turn the tide. They just need to get one more point. There goes the lead change for Cheese and Kraken's Weave.
This is the first time I think we've seen Cheese and Krakens have the lead in this entire set, but it is far from over for Silent Finish. While the Dapples is still sitting here getting picks and getting jumps, and more importantly, we will see Silent Finish, I believe, rebound here. There's still 45 seconds left in this match for them to turn things back around in overtime after that if they play their cards right. I'm going to be going out, trying to get some pressure in, maybe try to get a lucky pick, but they do end up going down in the process. Players just jumping in left and right, trying to scrap out because this is, the times where things get desperate. Cheese and Krakens, if they don't manage to hold here, if they Silent Finish manages to get a push in, this is their tournament run basically over. But if Silent Finish is really wanting to win this because they know that if they win this, they don't have to worry, they don't have to sweat, they get a free ticket into Grand. So it's really, really exciting here as we enter these last 10 seconds as Silent Finish is riding the tower but doesn't have a lot of control in front of it. Rat is going to be desperately trying to use that hammer to get in, does get a pick, but nobody is riding the tower. And the game is going to go to Cheese and Krakens.
Yep, and that's the thing. When that timer runs out, you got to make sure that you've got someone there with their feet planted, ready to go. Because if somebody else gets on, or if that tower starts returning back to mid, it is game over. So Cheese and Kraken's able to, scrape in that win with that great push there, against all odds to stay alive here in this set. Here we see a little bit of what was going on at the end of the game. You see the dualies fighting it out, trying to find a pick on to Rat, but who doesn't quite go down there is charging in to the base. And you can kind of see at this moment, like it's overtime is over. Rat is still in the hammer, realizes that they need to get on the tower, but there just isn't enough time left.
When things start to get desperate, things start to get sloppy, you're going to make mistakes that you don't normally make, your coordination is going to fall apart, and unfortunately just kind of how it goes. And we're going to see if Silent Finish is going to start to crumble under the pressure now that they know Cheese and Krakens is still very capable of taking games off of them. Or do you think we're going to see Silent Finish, really regroup, take a deep breath, regain their confidence, Rainmaker on Manta, and see how it goes from there?
Yeah, we'll see if they crumble under the pressure. Here, sorry. You can remove me from mic. Thank you. My name was Toma. Anyways, but I am excited to see what they're gonna do here. Because this is a set that they know they can win. They won this set in their Swiss stage, so it's possible for them to come back here, and I'm really excited to see. So it's gonna be on Rainmaker, Manta, Maria, and this can be one of those games that can count really fast, because if you can get a wipe and you can just push through that checkpoint and you can drop into that pit, points go up so fast here. But at the same time, you know, it can be hard to find that first checkpoint break for a lot of teams, especially when they're similarly matched.
Yeah, I've taken some really weird upsets here on Rainmaker Manta. So it's definitely something that it can, yeah, like you said, it can turn the tides in a second, and they're bringing out the splash. No funny business out here, no fun allowed anymore as you know V splash is coming out. But they still do decide to stick with the V dapples, or the Dapple Nouveau, which I mean, after we've seen what that player is capable of, I do not doubt that decision at all.
No, they definitely know what they're doing with that. And it looks like Cheese and Krakens is going to get the early pop and start getting some control down here in mid. Dapple's on that bunker wall, going up and getting a pick early on, dropping down, finding the Blob Lobber as well. That's just Rat there now finding the fight. And the Dapples may be able to find that pick as well. Maybe, we'll see. Yes, they do! That is a huge run from their Dapples there. But now it has given a little bit of time for other members of Silent Finish to get back in. The Dapples is going to face more pressure as they try to get that push going. They find another 2, though. The Rainmaker does go down, and his Dapples is just on a killing spree. They finally go down, but what was that? We've like 7 kills before they eventually went down?
I can't count. That was higher than the number that's on my hand, my fingers, so I mean, it's a complete mystery to me. So we are gonna just keep on seeing those. Silent Finish is doing a pretty good job at holding, and that is a disconnect, and I do believe that it is early enough to replay for these players.
Yeah, I do believe that will be
There
as well. We got Elemental
Thank
ending
you, Elemental.
the private
Elemental
battle
goat.
there, so we're going to be kind of rerunning that, but my oh my, what a opening kill streak we saw there from the Dapples.
Is that another reference?
It wasn't, but it could be. We got to plug Under Pressure, subscribe to Elemental.
W Elemental, W Streamer, WTO, woo! Anyway.
Real. This
It's
man
really
does
interesting
everything.
though. Yeah. It's really interesting though how many picks that Dapples got, but their team, it doesn't seem like they were really keyed in on how much pressure that they were creating, how much space that they were making, and so there wasn't a lot of capitalization off of that. But if there's if the Dapples was like, hey guys, when I get a 7 kill feed or 8, however many players I was, like, just be sure to take advantage of that. Just sit down and have that little conversation here as we are waiting for the lobby to be remade, the players to get back in, the map mode to get set, and all those wonderful things that we all love doing. It's there's gonna be time to kind of regroup and be like talk strategy a little bit, because you know how this match is gonna start out, or at least how it has the potential to start out again, and so you know how to prepare. You can kind of take a little bit of a breather, take a little bit of a free reset, even though it was hopefully not intentional.
Yeah, no, you gotta really pay attention. The big thing in this opening is going to be paying attention for those Dapple deletes, because if they can kind of recreate what they just did this match, you know, now they know, like, hey, if our Dapples just charges in, we need to take space with that faster, and that could be a very different opening. If they do that, they can go and dunk first checkpoint way faster. But on the other hand, you know, now you've got the members of Silent Finish that are much more prepared for such an aggressive opening. They're going to be like, hey, we need to shut down those Dapple dualies as soon as we see them. We can't allow the same thing to happen again.
And yeah, so they definitely, you know, a lot more preparation from them, but we can also see, oh, well, what? They're immediately going to pick up the Rainmaker, and it looks like they are pulling it back just a little bit. I guess that, you know, it is a very powerful main weapon, so they can use that just a little bit to kind of stall, hopefully get some picks, but they are going to get picked off pretty early here. Nothing gained, nothing lost in theory, but they are giving Silent Finish, you know, a good numbers advantage, a good chance to push, as they are going to be able to get some points on the board and are quickly approaching that checkpoint, going to be able to make it through very, very fast. We're less than a minute in, and that's already broken here. Cooler going out, pressure going forward, you know, it's not looking great for Cheese and Krakens at this point.
I think that setting up that Rainmaker on those grades kind of just gave them the ability to push pretty uncontested straight towards that checkpoint, and it looks like they're actually going to be pushing pretty fast right there towards the ending checkpoint with 5 remaining now. And like I said, this is a very different opening than what we saw before.
For sure. They are 2 down at this point, and the pressure is just keep on rolling out. But they did get a double with the Rainmaker pop. They have their crab tank already, not able to quite use it so far, but they do have to get out of mid first. And this Heavy, once again, is doing a fantastic job of holding. The situation is looking not great. 2 down once again. If I were them, I would just gun for the side and try to jump off, but that is a full-on wipeout. That hammer chasing the Rainmaker to the ends of the earth, and it's looking pretty desperate here, as it's just so close to being knocked out at this point.
Yeah, and I don't know if they thought about that or how much they know about resetting the Rainmaker, because it definitely looked like they were just trying to charge it back out into mid, which, as we know, typically is not the play that you see in these kinds of scenarios. You usually just want to relieve some pressure and force the enemy back by making them turn around to go get that Rainmaker, but they're charging it up here on the right-hand side. They're not going to give it up. They're not going to be jumping it off. They're going to still continue this fight as they attempt to break back out into mid here, but they're facing a lot of fire from that Blobber, and they have to be careful, as this heavy Deku will be, or the heavy Splatling will be approaching a Wave Breaker pretty soon too, which could cause lots of troubles for that Rainmaker getting back out. They do eventually drop it back into mid, but they're not going to be able to get much more off of that.
Sorry, I got distracted because my bird is on the floor trying to climb up my leg. Regardless, though, we're seeing just, once again, the same kind of play from Silent Finish that we've been seeing all set, where they are relentless. They know how to hold. They know how to just kind of like a rock climber, get their spikes in, or whatever rock climbers use, and not let go. It's they're just gonna keep on pushing it, keep on going after the other, and that's a wipeout. Things are not looking good for Cheese and Krakens right now.
Yeah, this could be huge. You're going to have this heavy Splatling go forward, pick up the Rainmaker, and look how close now they are to this checkpoint. They're going to be diving down, trying to get it. They don't quite find the dunk, though. Cheese and Kraken's going to be set up to defend here once again, but do they know? Do they know that they've got one member here who's going to pick it up, go up that podium, and that is going to be the game for Silent Finish, who has just punched their ticket to Grand Finals.
Hello, Joma. Sorry, bird once again. Exciting for Silent Finish. Very exciting. Like they did the. I got a DM from Pokemaster986 Yoko Poke. The goat. It was like, is the word you're looking for redemption? And I mean, it is, and that is what we saw.
Yes, we did. A team that lost in the Swiss stage, coming back, getting this nice 3-1 victory. You saw that great shark at the end there from Burrow. They're like, hey, I don't think they know that I'm over here, so I'm gonna stick here for a second. I'm gonna wait for some of them to, move away, and then I'm gonna pick it up. What are they gonna do? Splat me?
Yeah, it's super great. And now Silent Finish, like you said, punching their ticket into Grands. Cheese and Krakens has a chance to still get a podium placement, earning their way potentially into a 3rd place victory. But even if not, top 4 in the entire tournament is nothing to sneeze at, and certainly something that they should be proud of. Guaranteed top 4 at this point, so that's exciting.
Absolutely. Right now, we're looking at the other side of bracket, and we have Bubble Trouble up 2-1 over Octo Clock. It looks like Bubble Trouble was able to go 2-1 over Lethal Law to get themselves to that semifinals position. And then over on the side of our beta bracket, we can take a look in there as well. It looks like you've got them all in round 2 right now. No one's punched their ticket to Grand quite yet there, but in round 1 you got Team Firefin, Evil Edgelords, Mega Man Drops January 7th. I guess we got some advertisement going on there. The Splatland Slam all advancing to their semi-finals. And on the side of Gamma Bracket, Mirage Jellies, the second best, Poopy Potties, and Grizzled Gnomes are currently fighting it out in their round 2s, and it looks like Mirage Jellies and Poopy Potties there both are up 2-0 in a very good position to potentially move on to finals of each of those brackets.
I would like to shake each of those players' hands and ask them what inspired you for that team name. It's certainly something. For real? Oh, thanks.
Staff, under pressure staff, just providing you the highest quality that you can get in a tournament. Of course, out here with teams like Poopy Potties. I think brilliant name, really.
The stroke of genius here. Jeez. Very, very professional, very mature. Everything you wanna staff to be. Goodness gracious. But they good.
And I'm kind of looking at earlier results. Octo Clock, one of our teams right now, fighting it out for their victory. They were first place in Group C, while Bubble Trouble was second place in Group. Is this D? I believe with Octonauts. No, this is Group C with Octonauts, and I believe Octonauts may have been, yeah, as we discussed earlier, was the one team that they lost to there. So they're going to be fighting out. Bubble Trouble is up right now on that 2-1 streak, showing that maybe, don't underestimate us because we were the team that placed second in groups. And, maybe we'll see that same kind of like, hey, we weren't the 3-0 sweep, but we're going to grand finals anyways. I love to see these types of matches, and it's good to see that, groups, it's not the end all be all. You may lose a game, you may drop a set there, but it doesn't mean you're out. This bracket stage, truly, this is the real tournament happening.
Yeah, groups is just a warm up, and then you've got the real deal over here. So it's really, as long as you get the bracket you want, your performance doesn't matter. Not really at all. And then you got the chance to redeem yourself and show them up, or get see a great redemption match like we just saw. And it's a real show out here. A lot of pressure also. Under pressure reference once again of being single elim is just, it raises the stakes just a little bit left.
Yes, it is. And breaking news we got in Gamma Bracket, Poopy Potties now officially are the first team there to stamp their tickets to finals, going 3-0 over Gristled Gnome. So congratulations, Poopy Potties. If I could be in there streaming you just because your name was Poopy Potties, I would. But alas, Alpha Bracket is who we are streaming today.
If you have not yet, please follow Splemental on Twitch. The GOAT, absolutely.
This is truly the GOAT. This man, what does Elemental not do? Like, you could list all the things that Elemental does, but I feel like you get through the list faster if you're like, what doesn't Elemental do?
This is true.
That's true. That's true. You do not do Mug Cup. However, everything else, from the Ink Up, Proving Grounds, anything IPL, Under Pressure, Juniors Draft, Krill Streak coming up later this month.
God bless.
For that, the last Wednesday of this month. So September 27th, Krill Streak, Under Pressure. Be there, be square. That's a fun single elimination tournament. You may lose early, but you know what? You'll have a fun time doing it.
I stand for Juniors Draft and kneel for Under Pressure.
So real. I'm usually kneeling because I lost very early on.
It's true.
Open level tournaments, am I right?
Womp. I'm gaining experience, but at what cost?
For real. It's okay now though, because whenever you lose, when you lose your single elimination tournament early on, now you just go to Sendo Q, and you also play teams that lost round 1.
It was literally 1984. Those 2 weeks that Sendeki was down, it was like I got a hit of it, and I got addicted. I got it in my system, and then just complete withdrawal over like the 2 weeks that we had to wait for the new season to start. But backing better than ever, baby.
Yeah, now I'm back in it. I'm find me at Sendo Q. I will be there. I will be smurfing, according to some people. It'll be great. It'll be awesome.
What?
Yeah, I got accused of smurfing in Sendoku. Crazy statement.
I don't even know how that works.
I don't know either.
Why?
We're both in
Goodness gracious.
such disbelief.
Anyway.
Here we're still waiting. It's 2-2 Bubble Trouble versus Octoclock. So maybe holding on for a little bit longer there as they're fighting it out in a very serious Game 5 to see who's going to be making it to Grand Finals. On the other sides of brackets, Beta Bracket Firefin versus Evil Edgelords. Firefin is now up 2-1 over them. Mega Man drops January 7th. Splatland Slam still haven't reported score. And back into Gamma a bracket. Mirage Jelly is not quite able to secure the 3-0 win. Second best picks up a win there, staying alive, hoping to maybe make a reverse sweep to try to get to finals in Gamma.
Yeah. Overall, some great, fantastic, etc. Many adjectives battles going on out here as we're just waiting for this. I'm sure it's a very heated game 5.
So I mean, while we're waiting, a lot of new things have come out with this season that maybe these players aren't quite familiar with. So be it maps, be it weapons, what is your favorite thing that has come out of this new season, Weave?
Heavy edit.
I love you.
It.
I love you. I love you. I love you, Weave. I love you.
Are we about to kiss? Or...
Yeah, we're kissing on the Under Pressure stream right now. Yes, Heavy Edit is so good.
It's not the best, but man, is it fun. I love shredding people in like half a frame. It's awesome.
The fire rate on it.
I love being the one
insane.
to. I love soda on a backline that isn't pencil because man, I don't like that thing.
I can't play pencil.
It's not a backline.
You can't expect me to hit 2 snipes in a row. Like, who do you think I am?
It's just like a splatling, but worse. Oh, are we bringing out the expert gameplay here? I think I might see a.
We gotta. Elemental, you gotta bring it on.
Come on. Yeah, baby.
There we go. We got the baby jelly gameplay. And now Baby Jelly has been going hard recently. I mean, who do you think's got this in the bag?
It's like jingling keys. I think I was there the first time that we did this. Have we topped Elemental nearly or like about to lose to Baby Jelly and then rage quitting? Have we topped that yet? Or
Elemental bringing up the shame like that.
No, I gotta shame it. It's just deeply shameful.
We're opening strong with the Octo Hopper though into the Dynamo Roller play. Wow.
I'm gonna pretend I know.
This is something big brain beyond me. I haven't played this since like week 1 of Splatoon.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna pretend I know anything about table turf for a second.
Oh, the Marigold. Surely that's meta now. I think Marigold's gotten some buffs.
Yeah, it's I can't wait for the new season of Table Turf for all the new meta changes. I don't know, man.
This is the most turf war moment of all time. Elemental running straight into Baby Jelly's base, just not leaving, just gonna paint all that up. We don't care about anything in mid. We're running straight line.
Spawn camping is bad sportsmanship.
That's what I've been told according to Twitter.
Yeah, it's a little bit sus there. I think I'm actively writing a call out as we speak.
Yeah. To a baby, a child even, Elemental.
Yeah, you can't. You have to take your opponent seriously. You have to let them at least try. Super sad.
Elemental is like, no, there's gonna be 3 special points there. Elemental's charging up the special, ready to go. Like,
Elemental holding a grudge against a player that almost
This is not looking good for Baby Jelly.
Oh yeah, it's so over. It never even stood a chance.
Look, the pass. It's Jover. Like, poor little dude. What's he gonna do? Like, there's nothing. The missiles are coming out. The toxic Splatoon 2 moment. Just
for shame.
Relentless.
Can't believe this. It's so lame.
Oh my god, the E-leader just like not even gonna let them get back into mid. We're just we got an E-leader posted up. You're not surviving. You're in the crosshairs.
I hate these talentless E-leader players.
Yeah, talentless weapon for sure. And now the splat charger, like come on. We're playing.
Double backline you're throwing against Baby Jelly. Come on, you have to take your opponent seriously. Meme comps
This is insane. I can't believe this Elemental. Ugh. I'm going to Twitter right after this.
Yeah, no, you're getting a full twit longer, at least 2,000 words, screenshots taken, etc.
It's Jover for you, Elemental. Ugh.
Can we also talk about how this Subway Surfers feed is kind of garbage? This player is not very good.
No, I'm better. I haven't played it in years, but I'm sure I could do better. I just know it.
On God, for real. Looks like a...
And it looks like, speaking of being Jover, it is unfortunately Jover for Bubble Trouble. Octo Clock gonna be taking the win. 3-2 in that game 5 there, taking us now to our grand finals. We have Octo Clock versus Silent Finish, finally looking like we're ready to go. And let me tell you, I am excited for this. I see fun and wacky things every single juniors draft, so I'm just ready to see what these teams are going to pull out, how this final game is going to look.
Yeah, these are both teams that we have seen before, and they're both teams that put up a very, very strong display here. So I am really, really excited to see where this is going. Silent Finish, both of these teams are teams that played pretty fast. We did see Silent Finish consistently run that heavy spotling, which means that they're gonna have a bit more stability to their gameplay. But Octo Clock, with just the constant relentless pushing, from what I can remember, it's gonna be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, it absolutely is going to be, and we're gonna be opening up here. I believe the first map should be on Splat Zone's Hagglefish, if I'm not mistaken. You know, kind of a classic map mode for comp, and it has been, you know, a staple in map pools since the beginning of Splat 3.
It's a fine map, but like, as much as everyone, including myself, I am not absolved of sin here. As much as everyone like was foaming at the mouth for it in the first 2 weeks of the game, it's definitely fallen off in a lot of people's opinions. As much as we realize that, wow, it's just one big choke point. This is awesome.
Welcome to Splatoon 3, really.
Welcome to Splatoon 3. Except
minus
for
crab
our...
leg and, you know, ship shape, when they finally decided that flank routes are allowed to exist in the game.
It's you know, even if they're not perfect maps, I feel like people were really overrating them for the first few weeks, or, well, for the first, like, week or so. They're a much needed step in the right direction. I think they prove that the dev team at least can kind of see how the old maps are not great, but as
they've got the vision going. They just need to run with it a little bit more.
Yeah, we have word that these teams have scrimmed before, apparently, and they're you know, going, we meet again, saying, you know, knowing that they kind of know each other's game, because they've played against each other before, apparently, despite not having faced off in groups.
You know, and that's great too. You know, I think these teams, a lot of them, you haven't been in comp before, so taking the time to, you know, scrim and get used to each other before the tournament can definitely put teams a step up, as opposed to teams that, you know, don't practice together and just meet up on tournament day and they're like, okay, let's go, let's try this. So you can see why, you know, these teams have been scrimming, why they've made it here to the end, if they've been putting in that practice to try to get here. And I don't know the results of any of those scrims, but I'm excited to see if they have played together. They probably already know how each other play, and so it should be pretty entertaining to see.
Yeah, we got Wiper v Wiper action out here. These teams sticking with the comps that we know and love them for. Some oddball weapons, but weapons that apparently have worked pretty well together in the past for them to have gotten all this way. Nautilus can be able to hold down the fort in a lot of mid, but so is the heavy, so is the Plob. A lot of conflicting things going around here, and it looks like Octo Clock is going to be the one that takes the first ball.
Absolutely, they're going to be trying to get in here to see if they can paint, though. The Nautilus is doing a good job of holding the space and not letting Silent Finish in, but they do finally find that zone cap. 2 down on Octo Clock, still going in. 1 tries to rush in, but is taken out by that Blobber, who is now just kind of stuck in this rain, trying to back out and get out before they die. They just barely managed to. They're going to take out that beacon as well, which may help slow down Octo Clock's entries. But this Kraken is going to come in, try to, you know, maybe get some distractions, get some plays going for Octo Clock. They do take the zone, but you can already see now that they're once again 2 down, and Silent Finish is going to be at this zone once again.
Yeah, for sure. And so, yeah, they're pushing, and then they're at the point where it is kind of starting to threat Silent Finish's very tenuous lead, but they do get the pick back. Pyodor doing what they do best and holding down the fort. 2 and 2 over here with just the, you know, but Silent Finish has a major rage advantage because that heavy can stay completely out of the danger. You know, Octo Clock has a very short range comp, and they can just stay out of the danger and pester them from afar. We do see Silent Finish start to break that point barrier, but their heavy goes down. They're all coolered up, so I doubt that Octo Clock is gonna, you know, really take much fall from going 2 down there.
Yep, and right now, looks like Freshie here on the roller, gonna try to go in and get some picks. They do find one there on the jump, and they're popping Kraken and going to be giving Octoclock a chance to be able to finally get a more, solid space forward in this game now that they have controlled the zone. But they've got to pay attention because it looks like Burrow and Rat are ready to come in on the side where they maybe weren't quite expecting them to do so. Maybe looking over towards, more of that tent area for entries that we've seen them do throughout this map. But Silent Finish, again, just has been having these great retakes of the zone. Every time that they have people down, they're able to break in pretty fast. They're not really giving Octoclock much time to work down that score.
Yeah, and they're just keep on going. This is the relentless gameplay that we saw before. Even if they are running a backline, they just have so much pressure forwards from that, the aggro combo of that Zap and the Wiper. They are going to get taken out once again by Octoclock, and it looks like this we might see another swing here in the control. Octoclock applying a big fat penalty to Silent Finish, having a nice 51, but once again they have to push all the way down to 13 points to be able to take this lead, take the game home, and that's going to be no easy feat, especially as they are going to down. This is a pretty tenuous hold, but you are always going to celebrate getting that pick on that heavy because that's just so much pressure off your back.
Yeah, every time they get that heavy is really where they start getting score on the board. But Silent Finish, like I've said, this time and time again has these really good re-entries. They're able to kill the beacon there, but they do leave the jump unattended. They turn back around now and finally are able to pick it off. That is the full wipeout onto Octoclock. They need to move forward here. They don't pay attention to that beacon, though, that got replaced when the jump came in. But they are able to take out the Wiper that jumped into it. Now just 10 seconds left on that penalty, and not very much left on the score either. It looks like Silent Finish is cruising here for a good victory. The members of Octoclock rushing the zone. They do have those missiles out. They're going to make it a final attempt here, but it isn't going to be quick enough as Silent Finish is going to take game one.
It's never, don't get me wrong, it's never over until it's over, but on zones, unlike any other mode, there's really just a point where it's like, okay, there are 20 points left on the board for the team who's like actively scoring, and we got wiped out. We got a full 4-man down. We don't have any specials. There's not even enough time for us to get like back into mid, let alone paint the zone. There's a point where you're just like, okay, it's over. You're still gonna try because there's still that 1 in a million chance where you get the zone capped and end up taking it in the end. But Hagglefish, Flounder, a lot of these maps, you just like, if you get wiped and there's 30 points left for the enemy, it's just like, okay, well, that's that.
Yeah, and it's the fact that you have to go all the way back out into mid too, where, like tower control, if they're pushing in your base and you can just take that tower back, you can stay alive. If you can get the rain down that's charging towards your base, you can stay alive. It's a little bit easier to trigger overtime and stay in the games in those positions. With slat zones can really be the hard one to stay up on, and that is, often why you see it as the first and last map. It is typically in the community considered to be the better indicator of, a team's ability to work together and their skill overall.
Yeah, for sure. As we move on to the rest of these maps, we might see something completely different. Zones has it's a different playstyle than all the other ones because the zone is static. It doesn't move forward. It's not like you have much of a chance to really take back after a certain point, and we are going to be seeing tower control on Mako, and tower control has been a pretty interesting time whenever we've seen tower control in this set, or in this tournament, in this entire bracket so far.
Yeah, it definitely is. A little birdie telling me too, a lot riding on this match. Not only do you have the winners, but, our people in chat, they've got a lot at stake. You see what's going on here in the gambling arena. We have, 50-50 split there on the votes. So lots of believers on both sides. 21.4k to 21.2k points in the pool. There are people who've been hoarding their channel points for this moment, and they're going to be counting on these teams to take it home for them as we load into Mako Tower. I'm ready to see what's going to be happening here. We really, like you said, have seen this same tried and true comps coming out from both teams. They know what works for them as they're going to be going out here. Octoclock trying to find a good pick on that opening here, but Rat
Bloodbath.
putting up a great defense, able to take 2 down, leaving just the Nautilus up on Octo Clock.
Nautilus is going to be kind of rushed down here, but they are going to be able to hold their own for just a second. There are beacons on the side of Octo Clock, which is notable. They may not have a backline, but they do always have some really sneaky beacons to get them right back into mid, even if they do go down. And they also do have a cooler player of their own here out as well, and it's just been a big stall fest out here in mid. We're really making these players, or the people who bet their imaginary internet points, sweat a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Silent Finish making a strong appearance there at that first checkpoint, able to break it. Not quite got space forward, which is going to be, you know, a little bit difficult as they try to round this corner. They need to find that space, but with that rain out, you know, maybe giving them what they need. They just have the bucket left on the line on the side of Octo Clock, who is able to delay things for just a little bit, giving time for the rest of their team to come back in. Silent Finish now, you can see, are kind of thinking about what they need to do. Not going to charge tower quite yet, going to give them time to regroup and get back together. Now the heavy's like, this is the time I'm going to get on that tower, or they were, and then they're like, hey, actually nope, I'm going to back off here. Gonna wait. This Tri-Slosher charges in, is picked off. The Nautilus charges in, is picked off. Just the roller left up. Now this definitely can be the opportunity for them. They've got to figure out their tower rider though. We kind of keep seeing people get on and off the tower, and I'm not quite sure what's going on there with the communication with them, but they need to make sure, especially for checkpoint 2, they need to know who's going to push forward and who's going to ride, but they're not going to get another chance at it just yet. It looks like as they go 3 down, it's going to give Octo Clock their chance to push back out into mid, especially with those missiles coming out, but unfortunately the roller goes down while trying to capitalize off of them.
Yeah, I was mentioning that, or wanted to mention, the Octo Clock just really has to figure out how to group up and take these team fights against the really impressive force of Silent Finish if they do want to fend them off. But they got themselves out for a second, but once they got back in the mid, they folded kind of once again. And so they really just need to be able to learn how to, you know, kind of get those pairs going. One player distracting, one player hitting the shots, you know, really getting things going, because right now it just seems like they're going in one by one, and that's giving Silent Finish a lot of time to just get a ton of picks.
Yeah, it definitely is, and you see the pressure that they put up. They're not going to be giving it up. Rat here just on this tower, causing absolute mayhem, trying to get over at the Nautilus, but not quite able to find it. You've got the Blob Wobber set up on the stack, able to take out that roller now, and eyes are just focused on this tower from Silent Finish. They need to find their way to get back on it, try to knock that Nautilus off and get another push going. They do have 2 down on Octo Clock right now. Make that 3 down, make that I don't even know, did that trade go through? But they've got a huge man advantage. This is their opportunity to really try to make the break at that second checkpoint, and this one, I believe, is often the vital one where you see it come down to, if you can clear second checkpoint, it can often be the game, or if it can snowball into that third one. Mako Mart is one of those maps where, you know, once you get past there, if you just continue that lockout, it can be devastating. But Octo Clock right now is just struggling to find that position in mid. You see here that they are taking fights, they're getting trades out of it, but at this point in time, trades really aren't what they need, and the trades are going to be benefiting Silent Finish since they're the team that has the lead.
Yeah, anything really is going to be benefiting them as long as they don't lose their hold. Bureau over here is going to be kind of shrugging on the side, making sure that these players can't really sit comfortably, because they're going to be coming at from an angle, which is exactly kind of what you mean by a 2v1. You got players being, you know, they're looking forward and you're there on the side, so they can't really look at 2 places at once, and so you end up getting a nice clean pick here. We do see Octo Clock take some picks off of Silent Finish, but with Piodor over there doing what they've been doing this entire bracket, holding down the fort, not really giving up. They do go down. It looks like they are starting to get the chance to advance forward, but not now, not 3 down. There's 15 seconds left on the clock, and they have a lot riding on just getting some final little picks out, getting the last chance at getting some momentum going. They do get 2 down, 3 down, but that is living up to their namesake. Once again, behind them, there's probably going to be getting jumps, and they're distracting the tower, and so there's nobody left riding. But now that the Kraken's on there, they do get a little bit more time. They start to refresh that timer, and all they have to do is keep looking forward and not give up at this point.
They do have to be careful though. You know, a stray bomb could be the end of it all if they're not careful. And the fight going out, but the
Oh.
roller slips off the tower, leaving just the Nautilus with its feet planted, and that is going to kill their overtime. You know, can't hop off that tower for even a single second if you got an enemy on there. And that, you know, was just a nice push there at the end, them trying to bring it together, but you know, kind of just unfortunate picks. You see here that they had a great control. They knew this was their moment. They're like, hey, we have to get on here. We can't abandon it. They were here trying to take this fight as a team. One of them went down there. You saw that Wiper dying, and it really just was a matter of just the unfortunate slip off the tower from the roller.
Yeah. So we are seeing Silent Finish up 2-0 against Octoclock, and it may not be a game where we got redemption or vengeance or whatever we decided to call it, but this is a potential reverse sweep moment.
Yeah, and it's
So
all
we,
gonna
yeah, it's all gonna rely here on this next game, whether we're gonna keep on going or whether this is gonna be it. This is at this point, set point, tournament point, etc., etc.
This is a map if you don't see a lot of knockouts here, it's a game very much so where once you break that second checkpoint, whoever can hold forward for the longest and get it further up that ramp is going to be your winner. And both of these teams really like to play aggressive and in your face. So what I'm really looking for out of Octoclock here right now, they know how to play, they know how to be aggressive, they know how to keep pressure up. But they need to know maybe when to restrain, when to back up, when to regroup, and come at things as a full team. I think that was really the biggest problem in that last game, was that, you know, they'd have pressure up, but just not everybody. And they need to pay attention to that, especially as Silent Finish now has this first checkpoint. A huge push across those grates, not one you see often. And now just that roller up, or that Nautilus up, ready to defend. The members of Octoclock going to be respawning in. The roller does thankfully find the pick before too much damage is done, but then Silent Finish gets the pop. Once again, just the Nautilus left up. This could be dangerous, especially if they keep this stagger going on the side of Silent Finish. They're ready to get another pop. They're going to be trying to see if they can maybe pick it up, move it forward just a little bit more, but no, they are going to finally get spaced out there. Octoclock picks up the Rainmaker, but it is brought down to, it looks like now finally they have some room to breathe here in their base. Rat is over here on the side providing some jumps, but they're going to have to carve a bit through the base to try to get a push like that going in.
Can we talk about the special coordination over there from Silent Finish on that push, though? It was one after the other. You saw the Wave Breaker chain into the Hammer, chain into the Rain. That really gave them the space ahead of the Rainmaker to push forward, keep, you know, easy breezy, beautiful push here as they were just able to push all the way to 37 off of the pressure that those specials created. And over here, we might see that potentially again. The Heavy has their Wave Breaker at the ready. Hammer is almost out from Rat until they go down, at least. And it's just looking, like, Silent Finish is just, they just know how to dig their heels in and not let go.
They absolutely do. Even there, you saw the Blob just fighting it out in a very precarious situation. You may not normally see a Blob fighting a Tri-Slosher in, is they don't want to give up that space. And, you know, honestly, that's the right thing to do here. They have a pretty, you know, I'm not going to say it's a safe lead, but for now it is comfortable. And they're going to just, if they can keep up that pressure, they can keep pushing. That's the big thing I say about Rainmaker all the time, Weef, is that if you're pushing, the enemy can. So if you're, you know, in advantage, you might as well just push, even if you don't necessarily need to extend your lead. And it looks like that's what they're going to be trying to do. One member does shoot at them from behind, and they are accidentally knocked down. That is going to buy Octoclock some more time, as Burrow has to kind of go all the way back around to get back into the base. They do find a nice double there, and they're going to be poking up now at the Nautilus, seeing if they can get more here, and it's now a full wipe situation. They're going to be able to hold forward here, see if they can extend this lead. They are going to back off a little bit from this Wiper. They're able to push it 2 more points than they were before. Now even higher, all the way up, down to 15, and that is another full wipe. This may very well be your game. They've just got to pop it up. They've got to take it up this podium. They take it all the way, and they're going to get the dunk. Silent Finish going to wrap this set 3 up for the clean sweep in grand finals.
Game, set, and tournament. Silent Finish, we've seen them quite a bit here throughout bracket stage, and each time time. They have absolutely given us a show with first the redemption and now just the absolute just clean sweep. That was such a clean game from them. They just were never able to, like, Octoclock was just never able to shake their control in any of these games, really. There were some near misses, but it was really, really strongly in favor of Silent Finish.
Silent Finish giving us, anything but a silent finish. This is a loud, in-your-face, super fast-paced team, and they definitely today proved that, they're worthy of taking home the title of, the champions of this juniors draft. A huge congrats to them. This was absolutely brilliantly played. I loved seeing them earlier on in the bracket and just the great close that they brought to it here in finals was really fun to watch, Weave.
Yeah, it's Octoclock for them to get second place, which is not exactly, if you make it to grand finals, you are aiming, you got your eyes on the prize, you're aiming for that podium, but there's nothing wrong with getting second overall in the entire tournament. This is the top bracket, and so nothing to sneeze at. You were clearly the cream of the crop here out of these junior draft players, so super exciting from them. But I believe that is all we have for today in terms of matches.
It is Weave. But before we sign off, before we get those credits rolling, tell me, where can the great people find you, Weave?
Nowadays you can really only find me on Twitter at WeaveSlider, like Reef Slider, but with a W. And Toma, my good friend. Pinky may be resting in peace, but you were there sticking with it through thick and thin. Where can we find you?
Absolutely. You can find me at Twitter at Crest of Gautier, and we want to thank you all so much for tuning in to Under Pressure's Junior Drafts today. We know that there's a lot going on. We had Mode Cup going as well, so we really appreciate you being here, tuning in, watching, and supporting these new players trying to get into our scene. And I hope, to all of our players that played today, that we really hope you enjoyed yourself, that this is, kind of your opportunity to get your feet wet into comp and get into this scene. It's something that we always strive here at Juniors Draft, but that'll be it for us on mic. Thank you everybody for coming out, and let's see these awesome credits roll.
Woohoo!